is in conflict with the Uganda broadcasting policy of 2006, which enjoins government to adequately fund the public broadcaster in a manner that protects it from arbitrary interference with its budget. Right Honorable Speaker, UBC plays a critical role with regards to enabling Ugandans access information and therefore necessitating adequate public funding in the predictable multi-year funding to allow for long-term planning so as to guarantee its editorial independence. This is, however, far from reality, given that UBC is too underfunded to implement its statutory obligation. Observation 3. UBC subvention, which includes salaries and wages to staff, was equally affected by 80% reduction on funding to subventions. With this, the corporation may fail to pay staff salaries and other operational activities. 4. Whereas many national public broadcasters operate under the government ownership and funding, UBC is subjected to operate as a commercial entity and forced to compete with the private entities. The committee therefore recommends that 1. Government should always ensure that Uganda Broadcasting Corporation is adequately funded to enable it to execute its mandate as is guided by the broadcasting policy of 2006. 2. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should ensure that the presidential directive to annually provide Uganda Broadcasting Corporation with the shilling 30 billion from financial year 2024-2025 is implemented, and in interim to ensure that the supplementary release of a maximum of 24 billion to UBC is provided to achieve efficient performance of the corporation. 3. Uganda Broadcasting Corporation be granted increased support in forms of funding and treated as an entity dispensing public good to the people of Uganda other than as a commercial entity. And recommendation 5, UBC should be provided with UBC should provide attendant work plan and budget to support the proposed budgetary allocations for the financial year 2024 alongside the revamped work plan and costing to enable adequate government planning and funding. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member, on implementation of phase 3 of the digital migration project. The committee notes that the implementation of digital migration policy was haphazard, uncoordinated, and lacked transparency. The process was rushed more to beat international deadline than to secure the best outcome for Uganda, and as such, its implementation has been greatly affected with a failure to complete phase 3, which means that the areas whose equipments are out to be, which means there are areas whose equipments are ought to be urgently replaced. Most of the equipment has exceeded their lifespan and in urgent need of replacement, whose spare parts for most of them are no longer available in the market. The obsolete equipment also means Uganda Broadcasting Corporation cannot host as many stations as it should be, leading to loss of greatly needed revenue. In areas where new equipment was installed, the equipment has no redundancy provision to take care of in situation where a fault occur. This means that repair cannot be undertaken when equipment is in use. The committee further observed that there is no remote network monitoring system to ensure that the equipment is monitored and faults are detected in real time. The absence of redundancy and network monitoring system means the disruptions are inevitable. The failure to pay the satellite fee of Uganda shillings USD 1 million or equivalent of 3.7 billion to Intraset resulted into switching off of satellite connection to the country, and thus as only one Kampala station up and running with the 17 up-country stations off. Committee recommendation. Phase 2 of digital migration should be implemented to ensure an uninterrupted smooth radio and television experience for all areas in Uganda. That the debt of $1 million or equivalent of 3.7 billion onto Interset should be urgently paid for the switching on of satellite connection for the 17 up-country sites, which will boost coverage of the national broadcaster. Government should also budget for subsequent payment for the satellite fee. Government should speed up the connectivity of the DTT sites and up-country stations through the fiber optic under the national backbone infrastructure, whose connection will be safer, cheaper, and more sustainable. UBC should budget for procurement of equipment to support redundancy and network monitoring system for all its sites and stations, which shall improve the quality of the network, minimize the possibility of blackouts when the fault occurs. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the need to enhance coverage of the national broadcaster. A deliberate enhancement of radio and television coverage across the country will cater for remote regions of the country, as well as certain genres of public interest programming that private broadcasters are not willing or unable to invest in, where they are to be left out on their own. The committee recommends that government should urgently provide infrastructure to enable access to UBC radio and television network for all underserved areas. Government should also allocate the requisite funding to UBC for provision of direct home service, which will amount to 7.5 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, here the committee is recommending that if televisions like Star Times, Go TV are able to provide the disc and then decoder and receive satellites at home, why can't UBC provide the disc and decoders, and the citizens will only buy it once and receive the signals for about 17 or 20 channels without paying for them? This has taken long. So that's why we are asking for 7.5 billion, so that UBC provides the citizens of Uganda with a decoder and the disc, and they install and they're able now to watch free, because most of the cases, the DSTV switches off and it is difficult for the citizen to access information. The revamping of UBC. In 2016, there was an effort to revamp Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. This was informed by the recognition that Uganda Broadcasting Corporation was unable to execute its mandate in the status quo at the time contained. As part of the process of revamp the national broadcaster, the committee was set up to look into the operations of UBC. The review committee produced a report with a wide range of observations that includes: 1, Uganda Broadcasting Corporation Act was not aligned with the broadcasting policy. The implementation of the digital migration policy was marred by lack of transparency and adequate public awareness. Uganda Broadcasting Corporation was not in compliance with the several laws, including UCC Act, the PPDA Act, National Social Security Fund Act, and persist violation of payment for pay as you earn and Uganda Revenue Authority. There was no proper record of an up-to-date valuation of UBC assets. UBC lacked a clear editorial policy to inform its decision-making and content strategy. And UBC radio and broadcasting infrastructure was completely run down and obsolete. Some of the transmission stations were not suitably positioned to achieve optimal coverage. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the review committee made recommendation that touches on varieties of facets of UBC with the aim of enabling the corporation to fully execute its mandate, and this includes: 1, that UBC Act should be amended to align it with the broadcasting policy, guarantee of the corporation editorial independency, transparency in board selection, and accountability to the public through Parliament, as well as securing funding. That an audit should be undertaken to establish compliance gap and process set in place to ensure good legal and regulatory standing, including with the National Social Security Fund and Uganda Revenue Authority. UBC programming should be informed by a clear positioning in the broadcasting market that is based on its mandate, among other considerations. Right Honorable Speaker, the review committee, unfortunately, most of the recommendations of UBC review committee have not been fully implemented several years later. The challenge observed by the review committee remains alive and has affected operationalization of UBC. Based on the above observation and recommendation by the review committee, the committee observes that the challenges that hamstrung the national broadcaster are still alive and well, and any attempt to improve UBC are bound to face stillbirth. The committee therefore recommends that UBC review committee should be the recommendation of UBC committee should be fully implemented with a view of improving the operation of the national broadcaster. The committee further recommends that the above recommendation be implemented within 2 years. UBC should be restructured with relevant and vibrant human resources put in place, which will ensure that mandate, performance management, terms of employment, and the nature of human resources will implement most of the recommendations of the review committee. Right Honorable Speaker, the enforcement of the collection of television license fee. A television license fee that had been introduced in 2005 was quickly abandoned at the inception following public outcry and the intervention of HE, the President. This was a big blow to the corporation because the license fee indicated in the Section 14 of the Uganda Broadcasting Act would ease the corporation financial burden. The committee observed that in the countries where the license fee has been maintained, the public broadcasters still command a considerable reach and share of the market. And this, coupled with the government funding for a mixed funding model, may just be the solution for Uganda Broadcasting Corporation's financial challenges. The committee recommends that Section 14(1)(e) of Uganda Broadcasting Act 2005 on the collection of television licenses should be enforced. Other operations of Uganda Broadcasting Corporation is penalties and areas and obligations of UBC. The committee established that indeed Uganda Broadcasting Corporation is encumbered with the various areas, penalties, and delayed obligations. Documentary evidence has been severally provided to the committee to demonstrate this, with this obligation amounting to Uganda shillings 84.063 billion, broken down as follows: Uganda Revenue Authority 18.16 billion, National Social Security Fund 46.670 billion, UCC 2% levy of 146,355 million, payable to other suppliers and service providers 12.217 billion, and staff gratuity of 6.864 billion. The UBC financial shows clearly that a new financing model that is predictable, adequate, and protects the corporation from undue political and commercial pressure is required. The committee there recommends that the Attorney General should provide an opinion on the legal status of Signet, which will further facilitate the process of waiving of UBC financial obligation with the Uganda Revenue Authority amounting to 2.41 billion. Ministry of Finance and Economic Development should provide for sustainable funding, including but not limited to the provision of vote status. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should clear UBC outstanding financial obligations in order to wipe out its debt and allow it to resume a clear and firm financial footing. The Ministry of ICT and National Guidance should provide a subvention to cater for at least half of the salaries of UBC staff and all other utility bills in order to reduce the pressure of administrative costs and corporations' finance, as well as its ability to invest meaningfully in the content generation. Amendment of UBC Act. The committee observed that UBC Act 2005 specified the source of funding for the corporation, of which the following area need amendment. Section 14(1)(a) of the Act provides for any grant of capital nature from government. This section needs to be amended to take into consideration the recurrent expenditure which consumes a lot of corporations' insufficient funding. The committee therefore recommends that UBC Act be established a predictable and adequate public financing mechanism to support UBC a long-term planning and align the Act with the policy. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, centrally, The centrality of Uganda Broadcasting Corporation to provision of information to Ugandans through radio and television communication technology cannot be underestimated. Despite the presence of other technologies such as internet, the simplicity of radio and television remains the easiest, cheapest, and most readily available form of communication for most Ugandans. However, government commitment to UBC has over time been piecemeal, with a little efforts to guarantee secure and predictable funding, which allows medium and long-term planning. The national broadcaster is challenged in securing its independence and to remain relevant in the eyes of the public, thereby not inspiring much confidence. Clearly, UBC is a state-owned broadcaster, but it is ill-equipped to survive in a competitive business environment. Further still, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, given that most of the remote parts of the country are not serviced by private media sector and can only be accessed by the national broadcaster, government thus has the responsibility to ensure that all its citizens have access to information which can only be provided by the national broadcaster. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to report. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, and I want to thank and recognize members of the committee for great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tony. Let's debate this for 30 minutes. Okay. I'll start with Honorable Nsaba Buturo. I add...
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Buturo, followed by Bungoko, followed by Angura, followed by Honorable Abe. Then I come here. We can use 3 minutes each, Honorable colleague.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in 2004, I was a minister responsible for information and broadcasting, and I had the privilege of merging Radio Uganda with Uganda Television. And that gave us Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. The idea was that Uganda should move away from what we were having.
What's the point of procedure, Honorable Enos?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering if we could also get the report on item number 6 so that we debate them at once, because they all read to you, Mr. Speaker.
Sounds a good proposal, but Mr. Chairman, I had talked to your colleague and we had agreed on how to handle that item. Maybe we can have a quick one.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and
Honorable
members.
colleagues, I think that's appropriate so that we do it at once.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think it would be appropriate that we handle them at once because the item there is very small and it is straightforward.
So you, please.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I wish to present the report of the Committee on Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance on the petition by the National Association of Broadcasters against the Presidential Directive of Government Advertisements exclusively through Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to lay on table the minutes and the report we use for processing the recommendations. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, His Excellency the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, in a letter dated 6 March 2023 under the subject Right Honorable Speaker, I beg for your protection from Honorable Semuju.
I haven't seen him attacking you, so just keep focused. It's you focusing on him instead.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Tibahura Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda.
Tibuhaburwa for the record. Okay? Yeah. Please go on, Honorable Ayo. Oh, I've said go on and then you said.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Under
Okay.
issues at Uganda.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, as far as I know, Mr. Yoweri Museveni denounced his name under the law in Uganda and adopted a new name ending with Tibuhaburwa. So his name changed by that process. Is the chairperson of the committee in order to refer to Mr. Tibuhaburwa by his old name that he denounced and even went to the Gazette?
I think Honorable, you should have helped him also to clear these are the real names. Please. So do it in another manner, Honorable Ayo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. His Excellency the President, under the subject issued at Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, addressed to Right Honorable Robin Nabanja, the Prime Minister of Uganda, directing entirely that all government advertisement must be through the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, and any official who disregards the directive would have punitive measures taken against them. This was a response to an appeal from Mr. Agaba Wilston, the Managing Director of Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, about the underfunding of Uganda Corporation by government, denial of advertisement by accounting officers, the need to pay penalties and delays for their contribution to National Social Security Fund and pay as you earn, and the need to replace the now old and obsolete equipment at UBC. In response to the said letter, on 12 April 2024, the Right Honorable Prime Minister wrote to all ministries asking the aid of public service and the Secretary to Cabinet to ensure that accounting officers fully comply with the directive, or else have punitive measures taken against them, including dismissal from the public service. This directive caused the National Association of Broadcasters, NAB, on behalf of the private media broadcasters to write to the Right Honorable Prime Minister with a complaint that the directive by the President excludes the private sector media players, yet these have in the past and still to date support various government projects and campaigns, including the COVID-19, Ebola, Myoga, and the current Paris Development Model through awareness creation and sensitization. National Association of Broadcasters sought to have the implementation of the directive altered so that the concerns of the private sector media players are addressed.
Can we do 6.0? 6.0.
Right Honorable Speaker, on 6.0, rescission of the directive by the President. Before reporting the findings and recommendation of the committee, the State Minister for Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance, in the subsequent meeting, informed the committee that the President had rescinded the directive. The committee formally sought confirmation and details of the rescission of the directive by HE the President from the Right Honorable Prime Minister. However, this response was not provided to the committee. In the premise where the committee did not get formal communication from the Right Honorable Prime Minister, we found it challenging proceeding with the making findings and recommendations on the subject of the petition. In light of the above, the committee therefore recommends that the Right Honorable Prime Minister provide Parliament and the nation with the details on the rescission, and further still our government resolved on the financial plight of Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the issue was very clear, okay? These issues of the pride of UBC, or what, they were not part of what we wanted you to do. Because the petition had very specific prayers, which were the government should rescind the decision, which was done. So what we can ask for is for the minister to bring proof here that indeed they wrote rescinding the decision that had been made. Thank you, Chair. So, yes, I had picked those to speak. We are going to handle both at once. Honorable Sababuturo, resume the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the intention of having Uganda Broadcasting Corporation was simply for Uganda to do what other countries had done. In Kenya, we had Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, South Africa, the same, BBC, and so on. And we found it sensible that a nation that is serious, that cares about its sovereignty, its desire to have national values completely defended and popularized among the population, were so urgent that Uganda Broadcasting Corporation was going to do just that, to become a national broadcaster. The challenge we saw at the time was that many of my colleagues hardly understood what it meant having a national voice that defends your interests, that promotes your values. There was a problem there. To the extent that when I introduced a TV tax, the purpose then was that we really generate enough revenue for Uganda Broadcasting Corporation to do their work. Again, I met the opposition there, and partly because many of us at the time hardly understood the importance of having a national voice. When you are a nation that aspires to be sovereign, you're not going to depend on others to speak for you, to promote your interests. You must have your own voice. And Uganda Broadcasting Corporation was seen in that light. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the idea that one equates a national broadcaster with other but private TV stations, radio stations, is not being ingenuous at all. The idea must be, just like you and I have our interests, which may not necessarily be interests of your friends and others, you must find a way that helps you to articulate, defend, promote your interests. Uganda Broadcasting Corporation was seen in that light. Unfortunately, over the years, and Mr. Speaker, I must say, just listening to the chairman, one would think it's my statement in 2005 that he has copied. I'm not suggesting he really has, but it's similar. Same points, urging government to give support to Uganda Broadcasting Corporation for purposes of defending our interests as a nation. I do commend the chairman's statement, but very sad, I must say I am, that 20 years later, Uganda Broadcasting Corporation is still having the same problems. A reflection of how unserious we are as a people, that really we must be allowing others to speak for us. I would not hesitate, Mr. Speaker, to say that because Uganda Broadcasting Corporation is a national carrier, a national broadcaster, it would be wrong to compare Uganda Broadcasting Corporation with other similar entities that are private. I therefore would want to commend the chair, but also urge government to get out of the complacency I see we are in and allow UBC to be given resources that allows her to continue serving this nation ably. The issue of funding, Mr. Speaker, is so critical. And anyone who determines how serious we are as a nation will have to look at our national voice and how supportive we are of it. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Sababuturo. Mungoko.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair and the committee for the report about the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. I pick my interest on the issues of land and protection of the land that belongs to the corporation. And specifically, I go to the FRV 208 F8, the land in Kololo, which is under contention, yet in the report says the corporation has a title. And at the same time, Uganda UTL also has a title. So it brings many questions over that, because the original title takes precedence. How did Uganda Telecommunication Limited come to have a title where the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation had a title? Was it a special certificate of title? Is it a leasehold? And if it's a leasehold, we are the processes of getting a leasehold from the freehold handled, and who handled it? Is it a mutation? Was it given officially? So those are the questions that didn't come out clearly to understand where the conflict of the land issues came about. And Right Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the issues of protecting the land, we have a peak interest from the land which is in Namatala, which is in Mbale City. As you enter Mbale City, it is the vast and very prime land, and it is open, and therefore subject and an attraction to grabbing, which is a very serious asset that could have been protected to ensure that the corporation has an asset which could either be invested in to ensure to bring it about better resources that we are talking about. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about the issue being run down, the UBC being run down, the state of studios and site brings many questions. And in the fact that many other broadcasters are coming up and showing the potential in the field, we either choose to capitalize and put money in UBC, or the government changes the strategy of doing business so that UBC is favorably competes with others by either making money as a company and then the proceeds come back to the people, or either way. But otherwise, it is a lamentation to this far, given the fact that even the recommendations that were made by the review commission have not come to pass. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I think Honorable colleagues, it's very important that it's very important that even when we support UBC, we should give it performance targets. Because you can't go at UBC and they give you a free advert. You can't run there anything for free, even including government agencies, you pay. Okay? So if it is competing, and we can put in money as a way of investing, but we demand they perform. Okay? Yeah, I had allowed Honorable Angura.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Chair and the committee for the report that they have presented. And just speaking from what Honorable has said about land, Right Honorable Speaker, I am also aware that the land in Mbale had been occupied by veterans. And you know how difficult it is to evacuate veterans when they come in. So how I wish that moves in very fast. But Right Honorable Speaker, we really need to put our foot firm on the ground. The $1 million that has been outstanding for a long time, I think that deprives this country of the opportunity that would be getting from this broadcaster serving our people. Right Honorable Speaker, for us in the East, we have known a Radio Butebo for a very long time. And all the men keep all the time searching and asking if they can still tap onto Radio Butebo. So the 17 up-country stations that are not running are still depriving many of our people the good opportunities that government has offered and are known in the past. For us who come from the East, and especially me, along kilometer 0 and across the other side, KBC, which broadcasts from very far, is one of the darling stations that we have to tune in. And for any sensitive government information, it is always broken by those official stations. So, and I think that is where what Honorable Sababturo said is very, very important, and we need to come in. I want to appreciate the chair and the committee. When they talked about getting decoders that are cheap, that would be an opportunity for us to also create a competition with the DSTV that when you ask what their corporate social responsibility is, you don't see anything. So let's support UBC such that we can get those cheap decoders and our people can view many channels that are associated with that. You've also talked about recommendations by the review committee. I may not be surprised since those recommendations have not been implemented to date. Maybe they are supporting other private entities now that are running. As you know, how government always generates good ideas and they end up going to other players. So I want to thank the committee and request that this House takes a stand, supports government in whichever way such that we can fund the activities of our broadcasters. I thank you very much.
On the decoders, Chair, did you mean that we have specific UBC decoders, or UBC goes into a business of also being a carrier for other stations?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The moment we are connected to satellite, then under Direct to Home program of Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, UBC is supposed to have a system that runs through our own decoders. So we are going to allow citizens to buy a decoder and disc. Only once, you pay it off once, then you view. That's what we want to go to.
Specifically for UBC?
For UBC, but we'll also run other channels, because even NBS, all these other the private television network in the country, their signal is transmitted or carried by Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. So that would only be, the signal is carried by Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. So having the decoder, that would mean even their channels would be viewed through UBC. But sometimes you find the quality of our pictures are squeezed when you see it through this other television, when they are transmitting like DSTV. They squeeze the quality of the picture of UBC, but here would be...
They reduce.
No, they kind of compress, and then you see the quality of the pictures are not very good.
Squeezing is too tough. Eh?
Yes, squeezing is a hard. But also, Right Honorable Speaker, at the same time, these other televisions were supposed to allow Uganda view other channels, including like NBS, NTV. Even when your subscription on DSTV is off, you are supposed to view them free, just like UBC. But you find it's only UBC that they leave. The rest, they stop Ugandans from viewing. So once it's on our decoder, then people are able to view most of these channels and be able to
Okay.
Thank you.
So because, Chairman, this is something you would deeply look into when you are like assessing the Ministry of Police statement. Yeah, not just that, because it's a business case. This is it's a serious business. You need to interrogate deeply and see its viability commercially before we say give them money for this. Something you need to look at.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Chair and the committee for doing a good work. They have thoroughly done us justice. And to pick on his point, the perspective of business, we need to pilot it. It is risky to invest money wholesomely on that suggestion. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, UBC is watched widely by the local man down there who cannot afford to pay for DSTV. And indeed is doing a good job. Of course, I have issue with quality. And with media houses, this is a laissez-faire, economy. People are looking at news is something, news or entertainment, you'll go for the quality that suits you. Right, Honorable Speaker, I have a problem with how we also run our government entities. We run it in a laissez-faire way. We don't look at the business, perspective. I do support the need to support UBC and make it run and put it to a level that is quality. But we also need the leadership, we need the administration to run UBC as business that brings money to government. so that when we invest, we see where the money goes. And this is across board, not only with UBC. So if you are to make a choice today that what media house are you going to tune in first, everyone will go for NBS because it is having all the quality pictures, is bringing you organized things and entertainment, news and all this. So we need to also insist on having quality and proper administration of these entities. Otherwise, investing money, government taxpayers' money being put and we don't see the result is also not right for us. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have Dr. James Henry Lalobo, a healthcare practitioner specializing as an obstetrician and gynecologist. He's here to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming him. Doctor, you can stand up for recognition. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Omara, Honorable Migade. I'm looking at the side of independence now. I've picked NRM. Okay? Yeah. Honorable Katuntu. And then there's one who is an independent by association in terms of how she's seated. Honorable Bigger Rose, as I come to opposition side. I'm going to pick more here to balance off. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to thank the chairman for the great submission which they have made. And I just want to re-echo what Honorable Lilian Aber has said. Right Honorable Speaker, the chairman, while making a presentation of recommendations, provided a litany of investment plans. Given the situation where we are in, Chair, I would suggest that we prioritize those investments and we stagger them over a period of time. It is a fact that the equipments that they have are old-fashioned and they're completely outdated technology compared to the private sector entities. Right Honorable Speaker, what the committee did not give us is the level of viewership. And in the world of digital technology, you can easily find this one out. And based on the submission by Honorable Burturo, that it is important to have a national broadcaster. Right Honorable Speaker, it's important for us to know how many people actually spend their time looking at UBC news and other programs. So I think going forward, we really need to come up with these numbers to justify the level of investments that we are doing. Right Honorable Speaker, the chairman talked about one very important thing, about the determination of editorial policy and product content. I think this is where the problem is. Because we need to run this, Mr. Speaker, as you've said, as a business case. We need to look at profitability and the sense of competitiveness, and therefore determination of editorial policy and product content should be given to the management of UBC, and less of government interference, so that the investment over time can be realized, so that we can attract more people to be watching UBC. So, Mr. Chairman, I support the recommendations of the chairman and his committee, and we will look into the budget proposal so that we can support greater investment in UBC. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Megade.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to add my voice in thanking the chair. Right Honorable Speaker, I draw my attention to page 8 of the chair's report as far as land belonging to UBC is concerned. Many government institutions, of course, have lost land, but it's even worse when government institutions are losing land to other government institutions. And my interest is the chair indicated that UBC's land on Kololo Summit View is encroached on by not only the other private players, but the UPDF. And also indicate that for UBC has to seek for permission from UPDF to access their premises. So this is quite unusual, and that's why, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm concerned. And my interest is whether the committee was also able to interact with the encroachers. And Right Honorable Speaker, you are aware the other side we are also facing the same problem as the circle. And the Honorable Bangura also mentioned that in the East it is the veterans. So that's where my interest is. Was the committee able to interact with the purported encroacher? And if so, how are we going to help UPDF get off this land? Because other entities would employ private security to protect their land. And now here, when the land is encroached on by UPDF, you can't employ the police to protect this same land. So how are we going to help this institution safeguard their land? That's my issue, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Will respond to that. Honorable Bigaros, Honorable Katuntu.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join the rest in thanking the Chair. Right Honorable Speaker, in my lifetime all as a village girl, I only knew about Radio Uganda. And if you go down in most of our villages, the signals of Radio Uganda are perfect because the rest do not reach in most rural and remote areas. And therefore, I support the Chair on the recommendation that we should be able to give resources to Radio Uganda, even for education purposes, because the rates they charge are lower and better for the most vulnerable. Again, I would like to challenge the committee on the issue of post office. Post office is losing a lot of land like UBC Radio, and this is under ICT. I've independently tried to alert the Chair, but I see he's sitting and sleeping on job. And I don't know whether until after we have lost everything of post office, that's when he intends to think about the buses and the land and other properties. So therefore, as you are doing good work for UBC Radio, don't forget about post office. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Katuntu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want to spoil the party. If there is anything that can go wrong in any management of a company, has gone wrong in UBC. And don't shy away from it. It doesn't pay gratuity. It doesn't pay NSSF. All its land is being taken. There is nothing that is going correctly in the UBC. And don't run away from it. I have been chairperson of the Committee on Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises. And UBC was one of them. You remember one time we did recover land. You remember the famous goat story? Land in Mbuya of millions and millions of dollars that had been stolen. And this has been going on. If you want taxpayers to invest money, colleagues, where is the return on investment? Because let's speak like a shareholders. Because this is our money we are putting in a national broadcaster. The Honorable Nsababuturo says it was during his tenure that he merged Radio Uganda and UTV. What was the purpose? It's not exactly what he was saying. He fell short. The purpose was to run UBC as a business, like to compete in the modern times. That was one of the purposes. Let us look at the viewership today. Has the viewership of UBC increased or decreased? Let us look at all these, colleagues. Right, Honorable Speaker, the point I'm making, the minister responsible of the sector, the board of directors, and the management should up their act. Otherwise, this is money down the drain. Let us look at the editorial policy. What attracts anybody to watch UBC today? Why? Because it becomes propaganda. And Honorable Sabato, let me tell you, one of the most profitable enterprises today is BBC. Why? It runs both as a national asset but also in the business world. Because if you don't have that in mind, then nobody is going to watch UBC, nobody is going to listen to Radio Uganda. Because it will be a propaganda forum. Right, Honorable Speaker, I really beg the people responsible for the management of this UBC, the corporate, really to change or to up their act. Right, Honorable Speaker, when it was Radio Uganda, it was a small department, a means of information. And you make it a corporate. Does it have a corporate culture today? Does it? Seriously? Do we see people, right, Honorable Speaker? Do we see managers who are running that institution as a corporate? Or it has remained the culture of Radio Uganda, in the culture of UTV? Right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, as we invest money, and indeed we should, we need to demand a return on our investment. Because the world has changed. There is nothing changing at UBC. You go there and see. If you cannot even pay gratuity, you don't pay URA, the land is going. You know, including salaries actually. They can't even pay salaries of the employees. And you are saying, let's bring money. Bring money. Money for what? What is the return on our money we are investing in UBC? That's what I want to see. Then I'll be comfortable saying, okay, we need to invest more. This is not a bottomless pit where we just put money. No wonder government is now talking about a policy of rationalization, including abolishing agencies that don't make economic sense. That is one of the reasons. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues and Honorable Chair, I think that's what I had touched on earlier. I had expected your committee to do a serious assessment of UBC. Okay? Looking at their performance, you give us the viewership, because now the question will be, what will be the incentive for UBC management to work hard when they can come here and we just appropriate money? What would be your incentive to burn the midnight candle like other stations, to be creative, you know? But also we have to be very cautious when we are doing our recommendations, honorable colleagues, honorable chairs. And I think this is an issue which cracks should be looking at. We should be very cautious on talking about money which we have not appropriated here. It is not good for Parliament to resolve that government to go and bring a supplementary for so and so. Then how will you scrutinize that supplementary once it's brought, yet you're the ones who asked for it? You already judged that it's needed. Okay? So it's very, very critical will be, but most importantly, even if you give all amounts of money, if you don't want to move with the changing times, you will be putting in money when you don't have viewership. A very good example, Chairman, you need to ask Ipsos. They are the ones who usually have statistics for all these entities. When you're going to MTN to ask for an advert, they will ask for viewership. If I put here my money, how much will I get back? Okay? And if they find you don't have viewers, they won't. So we need to see a way of supporting UBC also. We be hard so that they start running as a business. Okay? Honorable Aisha Kawanda, Honorable Semuju, Honorable Yusuf Nsibambi, Honorable Taringa, and Honorable Nsereko.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first, I wish to submit to the...
Please, I'm still this side. So this side, don't even waste time standing up until I come this side. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First, I wish to submit to the second report. The committee says they did not get evidence that the other directive was retracted. I want to say, Right Honorable Speaker, that what the President had directed is discriminative in nature. We are into liberalization, promoting private companies. We cannot simply say we are creating another monopoly or they go through it. It is discriminative and must not be supported in any way. I'm happy to hear that the President retracted it, but we need to get evidence to that fact. Having said that, Right Honorable Speaker, even government anyway, at the way it is now, would actually not wish to advertise with UBC. Actually, what pushed government to change is that the private organizations had chosen to boycott government programs. Because UBC does not have a fellowship. That's why government put up a regulation, I know there's a regulation, for all media houses to broadcast the president by force. They broadcast the president's speeches. They are compelled to broadcast the president's communication. Just because the national broadcaster was not doing us a service. What's very important, Right Honorable Speaker, is that at this time, we must ask the minister to explain to us why they did not implement the recommendations of their committee, the review committee that was given to them in 2016. 8 years down the road, they have told you your programs are not appealing and you are marketing something and you don't do your best to make it better. Before even we recommend that more money should be given to them, can we know from the minister why they have refused to implement recommendations of a committee that was put in place to advise them on improving quality? At one time, I managed a media desk in State House. It was working for us to take president to private. That's how president went to Mambo Bado, because they were innovative. They thought of programs that were attractive people, and then they became very difficult for government to manage and sustain. So the president went there. What the government should have done then is to be as creative also and be attractive so that you attract the listenership. Instead, the government compels these organizations to broadcast what they are doing even when they're not attractive enough. So for me, Right Honorable Speaker, before we think of giving UBC money, can we ask them to explain to us, account to us, why they not implement the recommendations of a committee that was set to help the organization? Its problem is interference. We have continuously interfered in the operations. Shall we now commit to stop interference, restrain from making it a political organization, give editorial the independence they deserve so that they can be able to provide what is desirable? I thank you.
Thank you. Never Semuju.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recommendations by the committee, one of them is that we should annually be giving UBC 30 billion as directed by the President. Another one is that there was a supplementary of 24 billion, it should be released. You remember in this parliament, we even authorized the borrowing. At the time, the UBC and Uganda Television merged. If I recall, I can be corrected. But if I recall, we authorized the borrowing of up to 70 billion. Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you, the committee should have helped Parliament by looking at the audience sharing per station in Uganda. If you go to Kenya, the public broadcaster, KBC, first of all, they are dominated by Citizen at 10%. The rest of the radio stations, Kiss and so on and so forth. The private broadcaster is relegated among others. Their audience has become so minimal. You need to look at the audience sharing, because you will even be contradicting bills and acts of Parliament. Because in all the acts that we are passing here, there is a standard section, advertise in the media of wide public saturation. That's how decision is illegal now. It's not just a directive of the president. And that's why even the directive that whoever wants advert should get them through UBC was against the statutory establishment. So I like UBC, having grown up listening to only one radio station. But we need to live in the time. With the exception of BBC, I think public broadcasting is dying in the world. People no longer listen. If I ask the colleagues here, who uses UBC as his main source of news? Here. You may find one or two. But also you need to understand that the media landscape is changing. Newspapers are closing. Radio stations, the audience is going down, because now the phone that you hold in your hand has become the main source of information. So I am hesitant, Mr. Speaker. I like UBC. I want it to live. We can even use it for other purposes. But I am hesitant to recommend as Parliament that we give them 30 billion shilling annually. We give them another 24 billion in supplementary that was not released, when the figures about these studies have not been displayed here. I would rather, and I had made the recommendation, like Honorable Katundu, I chaired the committee on Kosase at one stage, and I compared UBC with the New Vision. New Vision, before privatization, was 100% owned by government, but it was run properly. And I said, if we have trouble with UBC, why don't you just transfer it under now the rationalization and merge it with New Vision? Because even New Vision is still, the public stake in New Vision is high. We don't pass money here for New Vision. If New Vision is run properly and UBC is not run properly, just rationalize the UBC, take it to New Vision and get the good managers there to run it. Instead of recommending that you keep pumping their money. Finally, Mr. Speaker, compared to, you see, there are things that you can hide. Public broadcasting has become almost obsolete, old. It is like old people dying here to continue looking young. I was telling my neighbor here that at the age like of President Museveni, even if you die here, you will continue looking old. So public broadcasting has become obsolete and old. And we need to take a decision as Parliament. Thank you very much, UBC, for the work that you did. We retire you and then go to the new order of the digital communication. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleague, that's why Honorable Semuju took an option of removing all his hair. And take that option. Yeah. Yes, I had allowed Honorable Nsibambi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to thank the committee and the chair for the report. My next comment is about the land issue. With the coming into force of the Constitution and the Land Act, there's nothing like public land. Land belongs to the people. and repeatedly we've been talking about public land, land grabbing, public land. Now land is vested in the people to be managed by the district land boards, and the Ugandan Commission, the mandate has to do with administering land, titled or not titled. I was the chairman, Kampala District Land Board, and deeply involved in issues to do with managing prime land. You don't have to be bothered, because when you talk about prime land, the majority here, you have no access to prime land. So your land is secure in Mutundwe, in Rubaga. I was not managing that kind of land. I was managing land in Kololo and the Central Business District. Right, Honourable Speaker, the report to do with land in Kololo, I think you need guidance of that Attorney General. Because specifically, the land grabber actually is UBC. Because UBC was created in 2005, 2003, 2005. Yes, but this land has been there with private developers and owners since colonialism. Then you have UTL, which has shareholders, which are even foreigners, and UBC is not a shareholder. So you cannot talk of now acquiring land when you are created in 2005, and they are private developers and owners who own that piece of land. Two, the UPDF itself has a more legitimate right to that land than UBC. Why? When they came in 1986, they took over that land, which was not titled, as a strategic military point. So now, in terms of possession, they are acquiring. And Ugandan Land Commission must come in to protect the user as UPDF, because it came in 1986. Then UBC coming in 2005 to acquire that land, it must be allocated or transferred, which is not the case. So, right, Honourable Speaker, this is a little bit technical. I would suggest that the Attorney General should go in to look at the three stakeholders. You have UTL, which has now shareholders which are even foreign, and they have a title prior to that one of UBC. You also have other colonial owners, and I don't want to say Asians, who actually in possession with the titles. So you either have to go and get legitimate transfer by purchase or compulsory acquisition. So I think this is not a matter which has not been properly investigated. So I beg to suggest that the committee should now involve in the Attorney General and other people who are technical enough to advise, instead of saying, you see, this land was grabbed. How can you grab land of a child born in 2005 when you existed before? That's my submission.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable colleagues. Order. You people, you don't own prime land, but now you've started doing it. Is it? Maybe the clarification I wanted to make to Honorable Bambi is that we also own prime land, because government is holding it in trust for the people. Okay, so, and we are the people, so we have a stake in that. At least by extension, we own prime land.
By osmosis.
Now, the good thing, I looked at the recommendations of the Committee on Issues of Land. You know, the recommendations are not that calling so and say grabber, saying this one should go to this one. They are saying let government study and ensure it resolves issues around UBC land. Yeah. Yes, Honorable Taringaya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I join my colleagues to thank the chairperson for the good report presented. During COVID-19, when children were required to have home studies at home, it was those remote areas where UBC penetrates, there are those few who benefited. There are several government programs that are being promoted now, PDM, ICT in schools, especially those deep rural schools. They need the services of a strong national broadcaster. However, to me, I think UBC needs to present a bankable proposal for us to benefit from us to propose financing. Why? Because in this era where we are rationalizing non-performers, and a broadcaster will be giving information, but at the same time generating revenue for government, it is therefore important that they present a bankable proposal.
Honorable Mara, please. This is okay. We have a colleague holding floor. It's not good holding another colleague to have to stand.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It is therefore very important that UBC presents a bankable proposal not to attract annual disbursements, but rather money that will be generated from NTR that they generate themselves so that they partially support their programs. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Sereko. I need...
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, regarding UBC and its matters, I think it's a double-edged sword. On one side, every nation needs a national broadcaster. And the purpose for creation of these national broadcasters is basically to disseminate such information that might not necessarily be carryable for profit by private players. I'll give you an example, a case in point. It's been time overdue since UBC was carrying this Parliament live. And I don't remember since when we had started to pay UBC, and the figures can be brought forward. I don't know how many broadcasters can go into such a venture. But the rationale is very simple, is to support the legislative agenda by transmitting information from both committees and plenary to the most remote viewer, connectivity and access to information. So it might not necessarily look profitable, but in the long run, the easy access to information that we debate here is not quantifiable. Assuming every legislator would carry his or her own program to transmit what they submitted, whether in committees or here, you would find it highly costly. Secondly, there are very many programs that are not profitable in the short run. But in the long run, for example, educational programs about agriculture. I can tell you there is no single sponsor that is ready for that. But that's where the national carrier must come in and buffer. I'll give you more examples. Issues of education. You can see private broadcasters cannot carry programs to do with education because the appetite for sponsors to sponsor issues of education is much less than Rugambo, rumor mongering, or musical programs, etc. Now, UBC, the difference is that it is having many stations in order to perform this. And for many languages, for connectivity, which I would not find profitable if I'm a private player, for example, to have Butebo FM, to transmit in ATESO and ETC. But UBC, under its mandate, under its act, we hold the duty of care to transfer information in languages understandable by people all over this country. Therefore, you might find it not profitable in the short run in the form of money, but in the long run in the form of awareness, it is quantifiable. Finally, I would like to agree with my colleagues with the digital transformation. It is true. All national broadcasters, I was looking at KBC, they have pumped money, are struggling. And the reason is very simple. There is no one that can run such a payroll. But let's come back to reality. When you are in this house, assuming one of your voters comes here and tells you it's me going to be laid off, you'll see everyone standing up in arms. Why? UBC is the only guarantor of employing, we can say, a bit redundant people. But, no, it's true. What I'm telling you is the reality. From a private point of view, there is no reason as to why you would have that number of workers. But because it's a national broadcaster, therefore national interests first, you would employ people to have Ruchiga, Runyankole, Rutoro, Ateso, every language, Swahili, so that information goes out. But a private player would say, come here if you qualify and have about 4 languages. And before you know, that is the reality that we must face. Now, finally, Right Honorable Speaker, do we want to come here as a parliament that passed a motion to adopt the resolutions of parliament in supply in the supplementary budget and say now we are overruling what we said? It's only natural justice that if there are arrears that were supposed to be paid and we pass them through a supplementary of, let's say, 24 billion, it's our obligation, the obligation of the Ministry of Finance to honor the resolution of Parliament because we supplied that. As regards coming forward, the justification must come from the committee. Like you said, how do we make it much better, profitable? UBC, how do we make you more profitable? How many rights should you reserve as a national broadcaster? It is so that we give you some level of protection. Reason being, there are some programs we know you carry that are not necessarily profitable, but desirable to the nation. Therefore, I would like to stand and support the matter. Because I know what it takes. UBC is a training ground for young journalists, and you know it. It will take in as many interns as you do not know. It will train them, it will produce them to national level for even other carriers to take on. Well, however, I would like UBC to adopt a plan that is used like other national broadcasters, being the innovation center to host all of them. Because if I have Radio Toro, for example, if it were mine and it's an FM, instead of creating offices in Kampala, I would create studios at UBC. It carries me through its signal, and I pay them what we call loyalties for carrying me. That's what other broadcasters have adopted. That if you have the leverage of getting national funds, how do you also carry the private players so that you help them grow? Should everyone start up an office or a broadcasting studio in the city? How do we help them so that it's quid pro quo? You take taxpayers' money, but you also have a buffer. Finally, the collection of Signet, the funds, the Signet Fund. With the arrival of other players like, let's say, Star Times, you can imagine how much money Star Times collects. If that leverage was given to UBC through NTR, UBC would not be here. Because every single person, and you can talk about the figures they have, assuming they have about 3 million people, and they collect about minimum, on average every month, $1 from every person. That is $3 million from every user, That's $3 million. And in a year, that's 3 million times 12 is about 36, probably. That's a lot of money. If you gave that leverage, like other countries protected their national carriers, to be the ones to provide the single source of outlet of content, it would definitely be profitable. But now as a carrier, it is not independent. I mean, it's not the single player, it's not protected. And also, if it was to collect from individual radios and TVs, the Signet fees, it is better you go to Star Times that takes you nearly freely than go to UBC. But UBC has the sole aim to deliver the desires and aspirations of Ugandans, no matter what. Even if it's not profitable, we should make sure we only leverage by reducing the wage bill and improving the products. But for the areas that are there, it must pay, and it's what we appropriated through the supplementary budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's a wonderful celebration, Honorable Nsereko. And I think it's in line with what colleagues were saying, because colleagues are saying, we are giving you this money, but we need performance indicator. Because you see, in the end, if you're saying I'm only carrying desirable programs, when you no longer have viewership, who is going to view? Okay? Yes, if you don't have viewership, who will view those desirable programs? So you must strike a balance. You transmit desirable programs, but you also maintain viewership so that you have people viewing those programs. Otherwise, you will just get money for the sake of it. Okay? Yes, I need Honorable Santa, Honorable Christine, and then Chiboga. Anifa and Chiboga. I will need the doctor on nodding disease. I need that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me join my colleagues in thanking the committee for coming with a very good report. Mr. Speaker, UBC is a national and public broadcaster. And one wonders why, with all is a state-owned, then one wonders why the viewership and then the listeners are extremely few. At one point, I was listening to the radio Uganda, and there were only 2 callers after that, the topic that was being presented on the radio. Mr. Speaker, this sounds that there is something which is terribly wrong with UBC. And I would like to urge the chair to really try to go back and deeper, as you call for this Parliament and the Ministry of Finance to allocate money. If money is allocated, and at the end of it all, only 2 listeners or viewers, then what is the importance and the rationale of this whole Parliament allocating money? Mr. Speaker, this is not to underscore the importance.
But I hope you also, who was in the studio, you are also listening. At least you were 3.
Thank you for that correction. No, we were 3. But Right Honorable Speaker, this is not to underscore the importance of UBC. Honorable Semuju talked about the world moving very fast and everything are found on smartphones. But Mr. Speaker, when you go down to the villages, where we have the majority of women, most of the women don't have these smartphones. And this means that if we don't have a national broadcaster like UBC and Radio Uganda, how will the majority of these very poor people in the remote areas get the information? Most of the government information, call it education, call it parish development, call it what? Even not propaganda, please. They can be found through a national carrier like UBC. When I was young, Mr. Speaker, at around, I still remember, I think 7 or 7:30, that was the time for news. Everybody would be listening to the information and receiving it at the same time. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the committee made recommendation that there is need to have a vibrant human resource. I think the problem with UBC is management. If we don't correct this problem, then we are not going to see the light of what we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, the review committee mentioned some of the challenges. One of them was that the board and management flouted best practices in corporate governance by working without a strategic plan. 2, that there was lack of editorial policy. Mr. Speaker, even as politicians, we always have strategic plans. Even government, even at a household level, people have strategic plans. Even the slightest things that you have to do, you need a strategic plan. So for me, I think the problem is that we lack management, and we need to have a serious human resource if the maximum potential of UBC is supposed to be realized at the end of the day. And finally, about the presidential directive, I think we should allow the private broadcasters to also blossom alongside supporting the Uganda national broadcaster. I want to thank you, and the minister, please come and clarify on this.
Thank you.
Was made.
Now, honorable colleagues, I think we all watch UBC. Yeah, because me, I watch UBC. You know, I watch UBC at 8. You know, I'm always watching UBC, and I've been watching Honorable Mara also doing a fantastic job on UBC. I've seen Honorable Semujo on UBC. I know our president is an ardent fan of UBC. So let's start with us. Let it start with us, okay? And we watch UBC. Honorable Anifa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Chair and the committee for the report. Chair, my concern is about cases of UBC that are in court under mediations. I don't know whether you are familiar with those cases, but most of those cases are about land boundaries between UBC and the owners of the land, that the settlers that are already there. Then others are 2 titles on the same land. But then I want to recommend, in addition to your recommendation that you are going to open boundaries and demarcations to know where UBC is. But there's what they call a cadastral sheet, a map, which surveyors use, and most of these government entities like Uganda Land Commission, they do not have or do not use cadastral maps to do the boundaries. So UBC should take this initiative to get cadastral maps such that by the time they go to the ground, they know where they belong, to avoid these cases and embarrassments. Thank you so much.
Chiboga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My issue goes to the independence of UBC. Even to some of us as we enter, there are some sheepish smiles, as if certain sides don't need to present certain issues on some of the media houses in there. So the issue of independence is very important. Right Honorable Speaker, we need also to conduct an exhibition on UBC, especially as far as employment is concerned. It is as if it is a depository of some unskilled people. We need to interrogate and see, is the workforce able to bring the media house to competition, to the current competition? Because as if they are not motivated even to compete just because their salaries are assured. We need to build this amongst the staff, but also to identify some competitive staff. It is rare that somebody is leaving NBS and is going to serve at UBC. It is the other way around all the time, meaning that I think the services there have to be low. And then this mentality of watching UBC because you are poor, because you are failed to get money to subscribe. And even some people when they find others watching UBC news, like, oh, did the subscription get expired? Yes, that is when they watch UBC. You see, some of those thoughts need to come off our people, that you can watch UBC when you are really interested. And so we have to get updated on, for example, look at the Women's Day. What is our main broadcasting service bringing to us? How is it attractive to our women? We need to be updated. But Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of the business plan must be tabled. We must see when we are to, for example, leave the broadcasting service to its independence economically. Right Honorable Speaker, how can we help out such an entity and we don't know whether it will be sustained, whether it is going to make profit for what? Right, Honorable Speaker, that is very important. Otherwise, that is why even members do not feel motivated to allocate a budget to it, just because we're like, till death do us apart, you die, you leave UBC. No, there must be a business plan showing us how they are going to earn profit and how they are going to use the profit to improve performance. Otherwise, as a country, let's come up clearly and decide that we must maintain this broadcast.
Thank you. Issues of perception, I think you've heard it properly. But for clarification, UBC attracts some, you know, Mr. Maurice Mugisha is one of the best talents who had to leave a very successful private entity in NTV, and he crossed over to UBC so that he can attract some of the best talent. It's Honorable Tungo, then Honorable Teira, then Honorable Wanzara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to give an opinion, Right Honorable Speaker. You had Honorable Katuntu, who was the chairman of the committee, and the Honorable Semuju. I used to be with them on the committee, and I'm still on the committee. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Auditor General.
That's a committee on Kosase.
Yes, Auditor General is a staff of this Parliament. And the Auditor General has made a report on the financial statement and other issues concerning UBC. And in the findings, he was making comments on the financial statements, on management issues, on board issues, on land issues, on human resource issues, and the Auditor General made recommendations. So I just wanted to inquire from the committee whether you got an opportunity to read the Auditor General's report and the recommendations. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, at the end of the day, we may have two conflicting reports. The Kosase report may talk something different, while this report is also talking something different. So I just wanted to inquire from the chairperson whether you got an opportunity to read through the Auditor General's report and see if it can add value on your report, so that we avoid two conflicting reports from the same Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, you see we are going to be handling ministerial policy statements. Issues to do with financing and all that will be interrogated at that level. That's why you will be making a business case. We are putting in this much for this. We are now not at appropriation. Ours are general principles in support of UBC. That's what I'm picking from the committee. Okay? So we have to be very cautious on the ones which are financial, making a commitment now. Indeed, like a colleague has said, we are processing the Auditor General's report on UBC, and then you find we are contradicting each other. So reports of this nature, we have to walk a very thin line so that we don't end up contradicting each other with resolutions of Parliament. Honorable Teira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the recommendations made by the committee is the issue that relates to encroachment, and we have a government entity that is being put on record as having encroached. Right Honorable Speaker, it baffles me, especially where we have two arms of government or two entities of the same government not being in a position to resolve issues that relate to things like land, when we have a central office, which is the office of the Prime Minister. These are matters which should not be appearing under recommendations time and again. That ought to be discussed and resolved at a policy level probably, or at executive level, so that we avoid coming out in the limelight as if we are a disintegrated government. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Noah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, I entirely say that people view UBC even now, our voters are viewing UBC to see the parliamentary proceedings. So I want to say that it is important to fund UBC. Mr. Speaker, UBC is bleeding internally, to my understanding, and according to what I've been sharing with UBC officials and the Ministry of ICT. I want to cite an example, Right Honourable Speaker, where a UBC radio branch in Nakasongola, that is UBC Bururi, which is sharing a transmitter with a private radio, that is Salt FM. That signifies that, of course, UBC radio has no money. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you go to UBC studios, some of them you find the consoles. A console is one of the sensitive machines which are important in the radio, but you find substandard consoles which are used by these Kadongo Kamu people, those artists. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important to fund UBC so that our people can really utilize it. Only that we have to see how we can see the management of the radio, how do we bring it back on board so that the viewers, the number of viewers can be increased. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Leader of Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to thank the chair of the committee for the report, but let me commence with the petition on UBC and the directive by the president giving exclusive advertising rights to UBC. That in and of itself was an absolute infringement of Article 21 of our Constitution. It was unconstitutional. And Mr. Speaker, it is common with our President's directives, which are very unconstitutional and they become extremely difficult to enforce compliance. That aside, the operation is and the performance of UBC in the first report. Mr. Speaker, Kiswahili is the lingua franca of East Africa. And by the way, this is a language, local language that is spoken by over 2 million people. And I happen to host a number of friends and relatives from Tanzania, but particularly Kenya. And the only TV that I tune on for them to, which broadcasts Kiswahili, is the UBC. But Mr. Speaker, this UBC of recent has stopped attracting and retaining talent. It has become a serious hunting ground for the private media houses. Why? Because of the reluctance to implement the recommendations by the review committee. This review committee, which was headed by a renowned media practitioner, professional, Dr. Peter Mwesige, was a very good report. For instance, on issues of remuneration, if they were implemented, UBC would not be a hunting ground for private media practitioners. I realized recently when I engaged with a number of colleagues who were working there before, and the reason is why they shifted, one of whom is my superior, the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Senyonyi, and another who was there before joining NTV is my human member. That's when I realized that UBC has actually become a shadow of its former glory. And I would concur with the recommendation is to do everything possible to have it revamped. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Yeah, information.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my boss for allowing me to take my information. Mr. Speaker, this UBC has a lot of assets. And if we recall, most of these news stations got most of the music, articles, films, and what from UBC. The one thing you have to do, how do we safeguard all those interests into this UBC? Secondly, the archives of UBC are very strong if they were not played with. But even then, why was Mpoma constructed at that time during Amene's regime? It was in the interest of UBC. All their assets have been shared by different entities. You have to strengthen them. I was teaching at Shimoni. I know what was happening at UBC. Honorable Seruko's father, the late, was working there. And many parents, the employment there, go to the management issues of UBC. Carry out your forensic audit on UBC. You will say it can generate funds. Yes, you are giving them adverts, but you as members of parliament, when you are invited for programs, do you go there? Give it attention, because you need it. Historically, it is known that you could overthrow government militarily by taking parliament, UBC, and the State House. That's what used to happen during those days. Of course, now I don't know what the cost takes out on. So, it can be even see the same story once things happen like that. But for me, I believe majority presenters, people who have got strong jobs on the new media houses, majority of them came from UBC. We need to protect and give sanctity to those things of the country, items, assets of the country, entities that have been there, but we as a parliament, we come out to protect them. Look at those young ladies. From here, you watch UBC by them, Mr. Speaker. Actually, how do you sign contracts when you are bringing these powerhouses, DSTV and others? UBC would be having a right, because they are using its mask to run some of these games live. When they are African games, I remember recently when they were African Cup of Nations will not be there, but UBC could present them. They were having all those rights. The management issues are the ones affecting this entity. Lastly, here we are in a political system, we are in a political dispensation. These people want a fair coverage. I was talking to one somebody who has just gone out here. He said, when I go there, I hit hard government. Open that, because the debate is between an NRM member, FDC, National Unity Platform. But once they work under fear and duress, they cannot produce good work for you. But me, I believe that we as a parliament, the assets there, the training from that entity there, can be very productive if we give it attention. But I beseech you, and employee members of parliament, also be there. But once you are invited, you start giving excuses. I'm not going to be around. Be there and attend those programs and enjoy. Because even here outside, they cover us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, you won't need to. The question for you were really few. Okay? Yeah, you just need to make a few clarifications. Okay? Especially the issue of signet. The issue of signet. Now, people up country they don't access UBC. And at least even if it would be denied the people, and it's DSTV is accessible. I think we also had a program with the Chinese government where Star Times is in villages now. Okay? Then UBC, how do we support UBC? But Signet, people who want to access free to air up country. We've talked about this issue. Very small money. Honourable Minister, please, kindly, Honourable Minister, make clarifications.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I would also like to thank the committee for a very wonderful report. And I would also like to thank the members, the honourable members, for very good deliberations. I think I will start with the second petition, which is brief. It's true, we got a directive of the President through the Right Honourable Prime Minister And later, we again got another communication from the Prime Minister informing us that following several consultations with all stakeholders, the directive had been rescinded. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to lay the letter from the Right Honorable Prime Minister on table so that this issue can be settled.
Honorable Minister, kindly, you've laid. Can you read the title of the letter, the subject matter?
The letter is addressed to all ministers and ministers of state, and the title is Rescinding Government's Decision on Solely Advertised Through Uganda Broadcasting Corporation.
Date?
It's dated on 15th August 2023.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, I will request you next time you provide full cooperation to your Committee of Parliament, because the report shows as if you didn't cooperate with your sectoral committee, which is not good for our records.
Right Honourable Speaker, by the time I interacted with the committee, I didn't have the hard copy of the letter. So I would like to apologize. But now I have. Yeah, Right Honourable Speaker, the comments from honourable members of parliament were very good, but let me, Right Honourable Sereko, I think brought out what UBC is all about. It's about information dissemination. And some of the information are not profitable to the private media houses. And therefore, for us, we are still even disseminating that. Right Honourable Speaker, that we are broadcasting in 49 languages. And we have 11 radio stations and 4 TV stations. So there isn't any media house that can broadcast in 49 languages. Some of the radio stations are not breaking even, but we must disseminate information and we must maintain them. I agree that we might be having a bit of management issues with UBC, and we are tackling that. We have also, we interacted with the committee and we promised to tackle the management issues. So recently, we had the opportunity to put in place a new board, and we started with that. We are going to even strengthen it more. On Signet, Right Honourable Speaker, we are handling matters of Signet, and very soon we are going to interact with the committee to tell them how we are going to sort out the issue of Signet. But at the moment, Signet is being run by UBC. It's a company, but being run by UBC. So we would like to see whether it can be a bit semi-autonomous as a company, so that, because it is generating money, and some of the money which is generating is now what is financing operations of UBC. So we are looking for a way how it can be a bit semi-autonomous, so that it can strengthen our signals. But also, it's important to note, honourable members, that some of the equipment at UBC are obsolete. Some of the equipment. So sometimes when you see our things not moving well, it's because of obsolete equipment. The digital world now has gone, the media world has now gone digital. But we are still having some of the equipment which is manual, and we are getting challenges. That's why we are appealing to Parliament that please invest more in UBC. If you want to demand for results, then give us money so that we can invest in UBC, and then you demand for results. But otherwise, if we leave UBC as it is with those meager resources, we cannot produce the quality that you want. It's good you have recognized that people are coming from UBC to other stations. Probably then UBC is a good training ground. Why should other TV stations source from UBC? That one we should be proud of, that we are really training manpower that is becoming marketable to other TV stations. Right Honorable Speaker, there is also another thing which the committee brought out clearly, the issue of land. And I think if you also look, if you read the recommendations of the earlier committee, it talked about redundant assets. The media world has gone digital. We may not be, all that land, we may not need it right now as UBC, because we are not in that field. And I think we shall again discuss with the committee, and we look at what we should do to these redundant assets. Because right now, one doesn't need to put up a huge building to broadcast. You can even broadcast under a small room, and then you move. So some of those things are things which we need to look at, and then we see how we can turn these assets into very, very productive assets instead of being very redundant. Because even
Honourable Minister, can we conclude, because we are going to have a chance to handle most of these issues during processing the ministerial process statement, where we shall be recommending to give you money.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable. And for the issue which Honourable talked about of these assets, when UBC and when UTV and Radio Uganda merged into UBC took over all the assets and liabilities. So the issue of being young or not, no. When you inherit your father's land, you don't need to be very young or very old. We have already inherited everything, and we have to protect those assets. I thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. You had.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the honourable members, and most especially on the submissions that came severally from members on the management of UBC. Right Honourable Speaker, I think we have discussed this even with the ministry, and when you look into our recommendations, we have touched on editorial, we have touched on the staff, we have touched on the board and management. And I think as Parliament, we need to emphasize that government looks into the issues of management of UBC to ensure that people who are competent and ready to work are put both at the board and then the management. And then all these other issues would fall in. Because if that is not done, it's true, members would say money is being sunk and we are not getting output or anything out of it. I totally agree with you, and this is why we have come to re-echo the recommendation of the review committee and plus other things. But Right Honourable Speaker, I want to mention one thing that the minister said. The Kololo land, UPDF have got their land. But before Radio Uganda and TV Uganda were merged, they also had Posta, Uganda Post and Telecommunication, East African Post and Telecommunication within the same area. But Ministry of ICT oversees the operations of both UBC, UCTL, and Posta. So this is the responsibility of the minister, who is supposed to sit and take decision and come with a clear position, whether it is a UCTL or Posta or UBC to take charge of this land, and then instrument is provided for that. And I think that is what the ministry should take, and what we told them, provide an instrument to stop this war, so that whoever is going to be in charge is in charge, but you get out to sort out the other entities on how they should operate on this land. So that I wanted to come clear. But for UPDF, they have their land legitimately, but they fenced it off. UBC have got masks. Some of them are using guy wires that are very long, crossing into UPDF land. So sometimes UPDF does not allow them to access to, in times of repair and servicing or fixing their network. It becomes a problem. The request for accessing can take so long. So that's where the conflict is coming, but not so much on the land. And I want to agree that UBC have got viewership, right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Omara Paul here is always on UBC on Thursdays, I think. Wednesdays, like today, is going there. Tomorrow, behind the scene. The behind the headline, and a very popular program. So, but the problem is we were not able to get exactly the number of people, the millions of people who watch UBC, because that was difficult. But to be sure, the number of people who views UBC have increased. Right, Honorable Speaker, even the programs are coming up, but we would want them to step up, to be more competitive, to become commercially viable, while at the same time providing the public good, right, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank them.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, when you're coming for MPS and you want to address issues around that of viewership, there is an agency called Ipsos. That's what many advertisers use. Ipsos, okay?
Yes.
Yes, and you can see that's why Honorable Bwaru even wanted to talk about.
I'm a radio man.
Okay?
And that's our area.
So because you see, these entities, whereas government can say, we are putting out desirable information, me, a private entity, a private business, I follow viewership. I'm like, if I place my advert with you, how many people will I reach? Okay? So that's very, very critical. So you need to get, and then we are able to say, but UBC, why is it that this TV is managing to reach this kind of viewership for you, you are not, okay? Honorable Minister for Finance. No, honorable colleagues, please wait. I have 2 items I must finish today.
Mr. Speaker,
which we must finish.
In the report.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Finance.
In the report, there was a matter touching supplementary for UBC. I wish to inform the House that in this financial year we provided a supplementary to UBC under 3%, and all the money has been given to them. Yes. How did this arise?
How much was it?
It was around 24 point something billion.
The minister, your colleague, the minister is saying
Yes.
money.
How did this arise, Mr. Speaker? This arose as UBC is a subvention, and we did a general rationalization of 80% across board to all subventions, and this affected even areas which were critical like UBC. When we realized this, we passed a supplementary to them, which we've paid, and also in this budget, you may initially see a reduction in their budget, but we have picked it and we shall address it through our agenda.
Okay. Honourable Minister, does any TR from UBC go to the consolidated fund or they spend at source? Does NTR from UBC go to the consolidated fund or it's spent at source?
I need to check that right away.
Because, no, honourable colleagues, we shall look. This is a matter. This is the matter we shall handle, this is the matter we shall handle at ministerial policy statement level when we are going through the deeper part of. Whenever you had an amendment, yeah.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The amendment I wish to propose on page 18.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Honorable Boss wanted to make some. Maybe he wants order UPDF to remove the gate and it was cleared. You've settled your matter. No, Honorable Minister, I was giving the chance. I'm not giving members. I'll finish.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. When I listened to Honorable Ayo, he explained the allegation on the UPDF. And actually, what is stated in the explanation is conflicting with the report. He said that the UPDF has land there legitimately, but it is UTL that has constructed wrongly that they are to access their facility, they have to, their wires are hanging the other side.
No, he said you fenced your land.
We fenced our land,
Yeah,
which every prudent landowner should do.
Yeah.
So, did we encroach by fencing, or is something that this House can recommend and we sort it out? It wasn't very clear.
I think the report needs to be very clear. Okay, if UPDF is controlling their own land, what UBC should be asking for access and an easement. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I was trying to make clarification that before UPDF fencing off the land, UBC had installed their mast and part of their wires were in the land at the border with the UPDF's land. But also in the fencing, UBC is claiming the fencing got a little bit inside their land. But that would not be a problem. But the problem comes in when they want to access to repair their mast. Then accessing becomes very difficult. Thank you.
Yeah, so what is very important is the recommendations, okay? On the recommendations, Honorable Boss, they don't recommend anything about UPDF, okay? So, but what I would advise on this would be Prime Minister, take up the matter. Minister for ICT, Minister for Defense, you meet and you have this. This is government supporting government. And I'm very sure UPDF is also giving serious security to UBC installations up there, okay? So Prime Minister, let us have this resolved. And Honorable Minister for Finance, I saw the signs and I didn't want to escalate it. But what I would propose is you go back, you cross-check if all the money has been released.
Mr. Speaker, you know, some of the things are a bit technical. When we say there was an understatement at the start of the year, and we collected this through a supplementary, we issued a general cash limit of 24 billion on assumption that this will go throughout the year and we release money in quarters. So that means UBC has that budget, and on a quarterly basis, we release to them. By June, they will have received all.
Okay, that's better. Because the information I have is that now they have 80 billion, have received 80 billion. You know, colleagues, because Honorable Msasi said these are technical matters, he also technically amends. He made a technical amendment to his submission. And I think we take it at that. Honorable Aisha? Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you saved your Minister for ICT. I saw him very happy with the resolution. But I propose an amendment on page 18. And It is to the effect of revamping UBC. The recommendation that reads, the committee recommends that the recommendations of UBC Review Committee should be fully implemented with a view of improving the operations of the national broadcaster. The committee further recommends that the above recommendations be implemented within 2 years. Right Honorable Speaker, for an organization that has been adamant for 8 years to simply say implement the recommendations of the other committee may not help us, I pray that we amend it and say that within a period of 2 months, the minister shall make a statement on the proposed action plans for revamping UBC to self-sustenance and explain why they did not implement the recommendations of the review committee of 2016.
Yes, that sounds brilliant, but Honorable Aisha would propose, because you see, when we are invoking Rule 220 on action taken report, we shall not invoke it in bits. It needs to be one, okay? So I would think that indeed we task the committee, the sectoral committee, when they are bringing when they are processing the policy statement, it looks deeply into these issues of UBC. I was also thinking that COSASE should process the Auditor General report on UBC within 1 month and report back so that it can aid the committee and the House when we are appropriating and processing the municipal statement. I think we can have in a win-win. I don't know what you think on evaluation.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was only proposing to the effect that the recommendations of the other committee were not on record. The committee that had been put in place by the minister, they're not on record. But if the minister makes an action plan to revamping UBC, would have made a formal commitment to the House. But since you have proposed that we give way for the committee to study the recommendations, you've guided the committee to study recommendations deeply and later on inform Parliament and the minister, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, I put the question that the report of the Sectoral Committee on Information, Communication, Technology and National Guidance on the operations and the performance of the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Honourable Minister. We shall need you to report back to this House on these issues within 3 months. Okay? Honourable colleagues, I put the question that the report of the committee on ICT, the Sectoral Committee on ICT and National Guidance on the petition of the National Association of Broadcasters against the Presidential Directive of Government Advertisement exclusively through Uganda Broadcasting Corporation be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Item 7.
Procedure, Honourable Sarah Pendi.
Right Honourable Speaker, on 19th of May 2022, I brought a petition here on behalf of my people from Tororo regarding land grabbing by one Sylvia Owori. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee completed its work in March 2023. However, to date, the item was even put on the order paper, removed. To date, that petition has never, the report of the committee has never been presented. And yet, we all know that the petitions have the first call on the order paper. So, Right Honourable Speaker, is it procedure right for us to have a report, a very urgent matter, just, put aside, and yet the people are still living there in fear and are still being harassed? Some of them have been dragged to go to court, and they keep calling me. When they see this petition being resolved today, they are going to call me. My phone is off. But when I put it on, I know I'll get the phone calls. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I plead that the report of the committee be presented so that justice can be given to my people. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. No, just Honorable Sarah, don't mind. The report is going to be processed. In this period, we are fighting to ensure that we finish all pending reports, because there are many pending reports, even some are before that of the committees. Maybe what I just wanted to put very clear is that Rule 25 of our Rules of Procedure, which talks about order of business, does not give petition the first call. Yeah, I just wanted that to be, in fact, it gives reports, yes, reports on 1, no, on 2, P. That's why you even go to reports of Parliament. There are other very critical, because Parliament is designed in such a way that we give government business a more priority. Okay? But the report is going to be handled, okay? I'm trying to ensure that we go through all these reports, or pending ones, because all chairpersons would want to see their reports worked on. Honorable colleagues, I'm seeing we are again going to be late. Yes, Chiboga.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the same applies to the report by the Minister on the stabilization of maize prices. I'm bringing this because we are just starting the planting season. The public wants to hear from us how we are planning for them on the issue of stabilization of such a crop, stabilization of prices for such a crop. Last Thursday, the Minister promised that he would bring a statement here today. But to my surprise, the statement was not allocated. I pray that Right Honourable Speaker, you allocate.
That means the statement is not yet with me, because those statements are given priority. So I'm going to ask the Minister if he's ready, then we shall ensure we bring it here. Yes, next item, Honourable colleagues. Let's move. Next item.
Item 7, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the proposed alignment of the rules of procedure of Parliament with the program-based budgeting framework of government.
Chair, Committee on Rules, Honorable Abdul Katuntu. He walks like a senior.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'll take the Honourable Samba's comment as a compliment. Right Honourable Speaker, this is the report of the Standing Committee on Rules, Privilege, Discipline on the proposed alignment of the rules of procedure of Parliament with the program-based budgeting framework of government. I beg to lay on table, Right Honourable Speaker, the original signed report as required by the rules plus the minutes. I beg it, lay. Right Honourable Speaker, colleagues, during the plenary sitting of Thursday, 25th January 2024, the Right Honourable Presiding Officer raised concern over the misalignment between the National Budget Framework Paper and the report of the Budget Committee. The Speaker noted that whereas the framework paper was program-based, the report of the Committee on Budget was sector-based, contrary to the Public Finance Management Act of 2015. In response, the chairperson of the Committee on Budget observed that the program-based budgeting was not yet aligned at all stages in the budget process, and that for such alignment to take place, it would require an amendment of the rules of procedure of Parliament to constitute program committees. Consequently, the presiding officer directed the Committee on Rules to study the issue as raised by the chairperson of the Committee on Budget and report back to the House within 3 weeks. Right Honourable Speaker, Item 2, we set out the terms of reference. Item 3 was the methodology. and we go to the finding on page 4. Right Honorable Speaker, program-based budgeting is a budgetary reform introduced by government to strengthen the link between government strategic objectives, budget allocation, and service delivery outcomes. The program-based budgeting approach allocates resources by program in alignment with the National Development Plan. The NDP3 has established 19 programs aligned to the NDP strategic objectives on which the budget is structured. PBB is a shift from output-based budgeting, OBB, where budgets were grouped according to sectors, allocations linked to sector policies and objectives. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee reviewed the current legal framework governing the budget process to establish whether it supports the program-based budgeting framework. The committee notes that the budget process in Uganda is governed by the Constitution, specifically Article 155 and Article 156. Article 155(1) mandates the President to cause the preparation and laying of the budget for the next financial year before Parliament each financial year. Article 155(4) requires that before Parliament considers the budget, an appropriate committee of Parliament discusses and reviews the budget and make appropriate recommendations to Parliament. To give effect to the above constitutional provisions, Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament enacted the Public Finance Management Act in 2015, which inter alia provides for the preparation, approval, and management of the annual budget. Section 2 of the Act defines budgeting to mean the process by which government sets levels to efficiently collect revenue and allocate the spending of resources among all sectors, and I emphasize the word sectors, to meet national objectives. The Act further defines sector to mean a group of institutions or votes that have common functions, objectives, and mandates. Additionally, Right Honorable Speaker, Section 13 of the Act provides as follows. Annual budget. The President shall cause to be prepared and laid before Parliament the proposed annual budget of government for a financial year. 2. The proposed annual budget shall be prepared in consultation with the relevant stakeholders. 3. The Minister shall, on behalf of the President, present the proposed annual budget of a financial year to Parliament by 1st of April of the preceding financial year. 4. The Speaker shall commit the proposed annual budget to the Budget Committee of Parliament and to each sectoral committee of Parliament. I emphasize the word sectoral. The part of the annual budget that falls within the jurisdiction of that sectoral committee. Right Honourable Speaker, the rules governing consideration of budget by Parliament are contained in Rules 144 up to 154 of the Rules of Procedure. Rule 145 and 148 provide for consideration of the budget framework paper and submission of the proposed annual budget, respectively, and a replica of Section 13(4) of the Public Finance Management Act cited above. Additionally, Right Honourable Speaker, Rule 187 provides for the establishment of sectoral committees to oversee the various sectors of government, while Rule 189 provides for the function of sectoral committees, which include consideration of budgets for the sectors under their jurisdiction. Observations. From the foregoing, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observes the following. 1. A. The Public Finance Management Act, which is the principal act governing the budget process, envisages a sector-wide approach to budgeting and not a program-based approach. This is evident in the definition of the terms budgeting and sector in the Public Finance Management Act, Amending the rules of procedure to provide for program budgeting would therefore be in contravention of the Public Finance Management Act. 2. The establishment of sectoral committees under Rule 187 of the Rules of Procedure was based on the current structure set up by government, which is sector-based, and it's for this reason that sectoral committees were named according to the sectors they oversee. 3. C, the budget is appropriated and released to votes which fall under sectors and not programs. D, amendment of the rules of procedure to align them with the program budgeting framework should therefore be contingent upon the amendment of the Public Finance Management Act and the alignment of the administrative structure of government with PB, or what you call the public budget framework, public budget framework. Recommendation. The committee recommends that government tables amendments to the Public Finance Management Act to give effect to the program-based budgeting framework and conducts a comprehensive review of government ministries which are currently sector-based to be program-based, whereupon Parliament can make appropriate amendments to its rules of procedure to reflect the changes that could have been made. Conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker. The committee notes that whereas PBB, which is a program-based framework, has been in force for four budget cycles, the concept is not supported by the current legal framework. Therefore, amending the rules to align them with the program-based budgeting framework at this stage, when the Public Finance Management Act, the principal act governing the budget process, still refers to sector, is like putting the cart before the horse. It is therefore incumbent upon government to initiate appropriate amendments to the Public Finance Management Act that would inform the integration of PBB framework in the rules of procedure of Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Minister for Finance, do you need to make any comment?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the chair of the Rules Committee, who is a senior member of this House, has presented the statement of fact. This is what the Public Finance Management Act provides. It is now about 8 years ago since we enacted the Public Finance Management Act, and so many things have evolved. At Ministry of Finance, we have decided to undertake the process of consultations which will lead to amendment of the Public Finance Management Act so that it is able to take care of the current circumstances. And in view of this, Mr. Speaker, I beg that the report of the committee be adopted without debate.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, I think this is a straightforward matter. This is a straightforward matter. There is nothing much we need. It's a very straightforward matter, Honourable colleagues. Yeah, Honourable colleagues, I put the question. That the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline in the proposed alignment of the rules of procedure of Parliament with the program-based budgeting framework of government be adopted. Those in favour say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Now, Honourable Minister, how much time do you think you would need to really give us feedback? Because our recommendation is saying you realign. It's through amendment.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Finance Management Act is a comprehensive law. I cannot commit on the time until when the consultation process is done.
Yeah, I can understand the dilemma of the minister on this sometimes. So, Honourable Minister, let me invoke my powers to give you 1 year. Yes, I can tell you it's a wrong process. If you're for him to bring. Yeah, but for the meantime, you can give us periodic updates.
For the meantime, Mr. Speaker, the mismatch does not stop us from moving the way we are moving. Because Regulation 11.
No, the way we are moving, we are saying we are concerned with it.
Yes, we are concerned, but we can still move. It does not make any fatal harm. We can still do the budget because the budget we are making does not contravene any law.
Colleagues, we are going now to start discussing a report. Oh, yet we've already adopted. No. Next item.
Item 8. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Health on a field visit to Achol sub-region to assess the prevalence of nodding syndrome.
Yes, honorable colleagues, thank you, Honorable Abdu Katuntu and the team for the career guidance. I think this has now gone on record clearly, okay, that the ball is in the court of government. Yeah. So, honorable colleagues, if you can remember, some time back, we received a report from the committee on health regarding nodding syndrome disease in Achol sub-region. I think it came from Nisha that had been raised by Honorable Komakech, and the field report was received. So now I was supposed to appoint the date for debate, and we chose today. So now I open the debate with regard to the same nodding disease. Honorable Choma, I'll pick DP. Yes, he chooses Tochi. Yes, I'll pick Honorable Choma, Tochi, Honorable Andrew Ranya, Honorable Santa. Did I pick Honorable Komakechi? Yes, Komakechi, Sarah, Achen. No, Achan. Yeah. Yes. Makoha, Lee, Mushemeza, Omoro, Joyce, and Kitegum. Yeah. Yes, former minister, I picked her, Sarah. So, colleagues, you know your order. I picked you, Honorable Bigaros also. The ones who have stood up. You know your order, please. Yes, Honorable Choma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the chairperson of the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the findings of the committee are very touching. The day when the chairperson was presenting this report, I was seated near Dr. Ruyonga, the one from Hoima, and he actually shared with me what they found on the ground during the visit. It is very, very sad. And I remember during the presentation of this report, the chairperson kept emphasizing that is the nodding syndrome and not disease. And that is my point of concern. The nodding symptoms, an excess of symptoms, and not the disease. And for almost every financial year, we normally appropriate funds for scientific research. And considering the state of these symptoms, this is an area that should be given priority. My concern, therefore, to the Minister of Science and Technology and the Prime Minister and government, therefore, is as to whether they have considered studies in this area, or we are simply looking at symptoms without actually getting the real cause of these symptoms and therefore establishing the disease. Because by simply looking at the symptoms, it implies that the situation is likely to prolong, and considering the sad state in which these people are. Have we made any efforts of the study into this area so that we get an everlasting solution to the syndromes?
Procedure, Honorable.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I find this strange. This matter was adjourned for debate, and it's a very serious matter, but there is no Minister of Health.
We have one Honorable Muhanga.
Yeah, you better take your seat. Why do
No.
you take the back?
No,
Eh?
Honorable Yusuf, please, when you
Yes,
say...
I withdrew. I thought
Yeah.
there was no minister, because she's not taking her right.
No,
to-
but when you say minister seated that side, okay, and in that section, you know there is an issue, and I've ever raised it here.
Most obliged.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I'm very much interested in knowing the effort that government has put in place really to study the symptoms and arrive at the causes so as to get a solution. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Dochi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, for us who come from the region which is heavily affected by the nodding syndrome, each time a matter comes on the floor regarding the nodding syndrome, we feel it. Right Honourable Speaker, there were two centers, one in Omoro, the other one in Kitgum, which were being run by private individuals to support the children with nodding syndrome. These organizations or private individuals, the organizations ran short of funding, and they handed over these centers to the government, directly to the local government, with expectations that government would be appropriating money to support the local government, who in turn would support the running of the centers. The last time money came from the center, from the central government, or from government to the district local government, was way back in 2018. To date, there has been no budget sent to the district local government to support them in supporting this center so that the children of nodding syndrome are supported. Right Honourable Speaker, if you visit the homes of these nodding syndrome children, you find that the parents who are supposed to be engaged in other viable activities to make sure that there is food security, they don't have the time, because all the time they need to be near these children. And where they try to leave them at home so that they can go to the gardens, These children are fallen in fire, they are burned, others are found raped. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we really urge government to make sure that these centers are reopened and up running, and these families are supported. Because when the organizations were supporting these centers and the families were being supported with food items, you will see that nutrition was also a factor. The children were showing signs of improvement with proper nutrition. So we call upon government to make sure that funding to the local government is reinstored. Thank you.
Thank you. You had the procedure matter, Honorable Nekarit?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence. The discussion surrounding the nodding syndrome is a very passionate one because it touches very big population in northern Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, my proceeding matter is, right now as we talk, the Right Honorable Speaker, Anita Mong, gave permission to Acholi members of Parliament to go for field visit and fact-finding the current issues about the nodding syndrome in Acholi sub-region. And Parliament has offered transport mean to these members of Parliament, to Acholi parliamentary group, and facilitated. We are all among them, we were there. My humble appeal is, Right Honorable Speaker, won't it be procedurally right if we all on the debate so that we wait for these pertinent issues which are very current, which are coming from the field, sanctioned by Parliament, such that we combine them together with the current report and we have elaborate debate to have a beneficial permanent in these issues of the nodding syndrome. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Two things quickly. Number one, for clarification, this order paper we are having today was made by the Speaker of Parliament, Anita Mo, and she's the one who put it as an item. Okay? I didn't make the order paper. Number two, I understand the MPs are already back, and the report of a parliamentary group is not a report of Parliament. Therefore, it cannot hold business of Parliament. So, and I'm very sure you have picked out critical and current issues when you are, because we are not going to debate the report of the parliamentary group. Our rules of procedure do not allow us to do that. So I think what is very important is that we sort out this matter. Rule 35, really, we are having such a reports. They are pending. We sort it out. But what is very, very critical, since this was just a field visit report, is to pick out the salient issues and recommendations, so that as we are in the process of budgeting, because most of these issues are to do with budgeting and lack of funding, as we are going into the process of budgeting, we push using the information we found on the ground to ensure that they are addressed within the budget. That would be my thinking, Honorable Nekarit. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Is that okay, Honorable Nekarit? Honorable both of us wanted to add on something?
Right Honorable, you've guided well. And only to add that now this House would benefit from an enriched interventions from the members of the Acholi parliamentary group who went to the field so that they can influence the direction of this debate and recommendations.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So, Honorable Santa, and then Honorable Komakech. I know. What's the issue, Honorable Bigaros?
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, what point? That's what I wanted.
Yes, on the issue of saying the actually parliamentary group, when they go, they will come back to enrich. Right, Honorable Speaker, this issue was on the floor of Parliament less than 3 weeks ago. And money was already spent. People went on ground. I live with my people of Terego, and I get every information. And I know my friends from actually Parliamentary Forum have been with our people who are suffering from nodding disease. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a very embarrassing disease in the community. We all know, much as I'm from Terego, we know nodding syndrome has not been given attention in the area of research. We are all interested in talking and getting solution to this. And it's already on the floor of Parliament. I wouldn't see any reason of deferring this, but I would propose that debate continues. If there is anything additional, you always give chance to all the members in that area to add it here on the floor of Parliament.
Thank you.
Because it's so current. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll pick Tony Obosanta, then Komaketi, then Olanyi.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this disease has been with us for really a very, very long time. And when you come in contact with these children, Right Honorable Speaker, you cannot fail to shed tears. Much as the members of Acholi Parliamentary Group are on the ground, I want to believe that they are handling the issue of Acholi sub-region. But, Right Honorable Speaker, even in Lango, we have many of these children. A case in point is Lira, Route North, where we have very many of these children. We talked to the chair, even in Uyam district, where I represent, we have 2 sub-counties affected by this very bad disease. I want to ask whether the committee has also gone to some of these areas affected outside Acholi. And, Mr. Speaker, in the next debate, I would want to really beg that all the areas affected by Nordic syndrome should be handled once and for all. 2, Right Honorable Speaker, the problem that we are facing as a district is that we are lacking the commodities to really help in addressing this problem. The drug that we are using is antiepileptic. And I want to ask the minister whether we were told at one time that there was a research being done. How far has this research gone? And when will the government come to address this issue? 3, Mr. Speaker, there is no special day assigned for this very serious problem. It is just left to whom it may concern. Even the staff, some of them, you know, when the patients come, they look the other direction. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the minister who is seated here that would it be good for you to assign a special day to handle these children, and above all, feeding. Mr. Speaker, when you have a child suffering from this disease, you cannot do any other work. You go to the gardens, you will find the child burned. Giving them full-time engagement with these children. So I would like to request the Minister of Finance is here, Honorable Henry Musazi, please try to allocate for us funding to help these parents suffering with these children without any help coming from the government. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Santa. The committee report on page 4 shows that they visited families in Guru and Omoro districts, and then visited the health centers in Padel and Kitigumu. Omoro, Padel, and Kitigumu, meaning they didn't go to Lango. Okay? But what is very important is, honorable colleagues, really getting a full picture. Even if the committee doesn't go there, we have a way of getting a full picture. Okay? And we ensure that during budgeting, all these issues are looked at. Honorable Komaket?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I don't know how I should pray for God to bless you and the Right Honorable Speaker. because several occasions we have sought for this platform to address the issue of these children, and we have failed. On that note, I want to thank you. And I want to thank everyone out there who has come out to hear to the plight of these children, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the President. He took his own way and donated heads of cows to these children at his personal level. And in Pade, each family received 2 heads of cows so that they can get milk. But this is just a smear of an ice cream, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to paint to you the exact picture as a technocrat in that field and as a member of parliament who represent these children. Honorable members, nodding syndrome is a disease for the children, and it's not curable at whatsoever case. The worst case part of it is, as these children grow, they develop another form of mental illness. So they upgrade from nodding syndrome to a more severe form of mental illness. It could be bipolar, it could be schizophrenia, call it. But then, we should note that every time they get a seizure is a fit, they get mental retardation. These children cannot feed themselves. They cannot do daily activities of living, meaning they are property of the government. How it pains if government, and I'm not saying this to demean government, we always receive food grants once in a year. And thank you to the Prime Minister who gives. Each family gets 10 kilograms of posho and 5 kilograms or 10 kilograms of beans once a year. The medicine that these children take, these are medicines that aggravate appetite for eating, because the only way you can treat the brain or you can improve on the brain is by eating well. Their appetite goes up, their eating is high. Our children end up eating dust on the roads. This is a problem we go through. Government allocated 1 billion in the 10th Parliament. This money was squandered. In Pade district, I can affirm to you, no family benefited from the 1 billion that was released. Iron sheets were donated, mattresses were donated. None of the families got this help. Right Honorable Speaker, I invoke and call and pray to this August House that in the coming budget, let us put the plea of the children suffering from nodding disease who have now turned into adults. Some of them have given birth to children having nodding disease syndrome. So it's a generation that is going to go on and on and on. I implore you, let us put funds aside, and I request the Minister of Health. The President had pledged establishing of 2 rehabilitation centers, one in Omoro and one in Pade. Up to date, we are still waiting for these rehabilitation centers so that our children can seek the help. Thank you so much, and I will be so glad, and the people will be glad if our request is put into consideration.
Yeah, so, Honorable colleague, this is a very sad tale. So, and when you look at the numbers, they are scary, you know. And this is only Achori. We've been told there is Rango. Yes. Yes, I want to pick both sides.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I had picked Honorable Andrew Ranya, then Honorable Sar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For consistency of the record, I request that we correct pages 3 and 7, where we have written Ora Foyo as Ora Payo, and then for consistency, there is no sub-county as such in Omoro district. So Ora Foyo is O-R-A-P-W-O-Y-O. I thought we'd correct that record. When I raised this matter on the 6th of last month, the Minister of Health was the first to say there was misappropriation of money. So I would expect that within the recommendations of the committee, there will be a section where we shall audit what has been given to the communities, to the beneficiary communities. What my colleague has also mentioned is important to know what what has been given to the communities, how they've benefited, and if there's been any misappropriation, they should be held liable. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of outreach has not been very sustainable, because with these rehabilitation centers, at least we knew the central point. But now our request is, because in the case of Omoro, the rehabilitation center is in Odek, and the nearest health center is about 5 kilometers from that point. So it is our request that that rehabilitation center is converted to a health center 3. So it also caters to the wider community. Furthermore, the issue of support to the families. These children can be rehabilitated after they've recovered, but they need special education. So it is our request that even within that health center, there should be integrated support for education for special needs. So I thought I would add that to the report. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Pendi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I'll come back, Honorable colleagues.
Right Honorable Speaker, this matter is not new in this Parliament, and in each term, actually, it comes up. I recall the very last time that I handled this matter, it was in 2018, when it was raised by the woman MP, the Honorable the Honorable Kelo Franca, on the floor of this House, something that made me to go and visit all the districts to ascertain exactly what was on the ground. And Right Honorable Speaker, just to state that, as we all know, of course, there is severe neurological disorder. The children affected by nodding syndrome. Some of them are severe. Some of them are mild, they actually understand. But some of them are completely bedridden. And actually the majority fall, when I visited, the majority were falling in the last category of those who are severely affected, comprising about 74% of the patients. And Right Honorable Speaker, at that time, the majority of the cases were actually in Pader. But what I found on the ground when I visited was that there was a confusion between nodding syndrome and epilepsy, which was rampant in most of the districts. And this is where there is need for us, for the minister. I hope she's still here. Oh, she's hiding the other side. There is need for the minister to tell us the current statistics. No, I withdraw that. She's not hiding. No, but I hadn't seen her. So, Right Honorable Speaker, what I wanted to state is that the government has done its best to actually support the families with the clinical care. And actually, when the NGOs that were operating in Kitgum and Omoro closed, the government had actually taken up and was providing services at the health facilities. But what we found was that the numbers of the actual nodding syndrome cases were actually dropping. What was going up was the case of epilepsy. But of course, we also found this in the community, that while the government, there is the black fly, where government is supposed to spray and kill these flies. But also the people must cooperate and take the medicine, the ivermectin. But there was lack of cooperation from some of the population. So if everybody took that medication, we would definitely be able to deal now with the challenge of epilepsy caused by the black fly. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I need to know from the ministry the real nodding syndrome cases and epilepsy, because there is a mix of the two. Otherwise, I really want to thank, really, it is, when you meet these children, at that time, the children, you feel sorry for the parents, Right Honorable Speaker. It was actually a pathetic situation, seeing your normal child turn into something else, becoming completely helpless. The child has to be fed. Some parents would even, because they don't have anybody to leave this child with, they would actually tie these children, either lock them in the house or tie them with some rope outside so that this child does not wander. It was a bad situation. But by and large, what I can say, that by then, the numbers for the nodding syndrome was actually going down, while epilepsy was going up. So we need to get clarity on that thing. Thank
Honorable Joyce.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, please, I'm balancing sides. I come here. But I'm first giving preference to MPs from that area so that we get information from them, which would enrich our debate.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the plight of these children with the nodding syndrome is really I can say is really worrying. Right Honorable Speaker, I happen to come from Lamour district, and some of the areas that are mentioned in the report, I know them. Right Honorable Speaker, it is highlighted in the report that this disease is not curable. And yesterday, when some of the team from Acholi went to the ground, they were consulting me and say, we are proposing that these children be accommodated under the special interest group and especially people with disabilities. But, Right Honorable Speaker, there's a challenge in our Act, Schedule 3, that highlights the type of disability that is supposed to be accepted for us. Unless we amend the Act to include people with nodding syndrome, that is the only way we can have these people with us as people with disabilities. But again, some researchers are arguing that epilepsy can be cured. That when a children grows up, the child outgrow epilepsy. So it is a challenge, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the other challenge is the closure of the rehabilitation center in Omoro, Tumangu, and these other centers. Because most of these children, as Honorable Sarah Opendi said, most of them are locked in the house. And they are so they are suffering from stigma that they cannot outcome the challenge of this disease. Right Honorable Speaker, if these children are brought in the rehabilitation center, they can be catered for very well, and some of them can end up recovering and maybe end up back to school. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Judith. Clarification applies when you have someone on the floor. There is none. No clarification. That's what your rules say.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you for giving us the opportunity to debate this report. And I want to thank the Committee of Health for going on the ground to ascertain the magnitude of this problem, the plight of our people, what we've been going through. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been privileged to be among the few MPs who visited the site, at least not once, but more than thrice. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to comment on the report presented by the Committee of Health on this floor. First of all, the committee on page 19, the committee said they were informed that the Office of the Prime Minister distributed 270 pieces of iron sheets to the households affected by the nodding disease. However, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, what we got on the ground was that they only received 200 pieces of iron sheets, not 270. And on the same page, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, there was also allocation of 18 million, which was allocated to Gulu District
received to handle, to enable them cope up with increased demand of handling the patients. Right Honorable Speaker, what we found on the ground was that only 8 million were received and not 18 as it is in the report. Right Honorable Speaker, when I go back to the issue of iron sheets, the prayers for the affected families are that, one, when you look at the population of the people affected with this nodding disease, we were in Omoro, we were in, I visited Omoro and Pade. So I had a commitment, I had to run back for another meeting. But Right Honorable Speaker, the families affected, the people affected, over 1,000, when you take the ratio of 20 iron sheets to the number, the population, it's really, I find it strange for me, because what these parents go through to take care of the children is terrible. They have to tie them with the chains when they are going out to look for means for livelihood, Right Honorable Speaker. And they cried and said, yesterday we saw some of the victims seriously burnt. And when we arrived in Pade district at Awere, Right Honorable Speaker, we found tears still rolling on the face of the parents because they had just lost one child who drowned in the river, Right Honorable Speaker. Because the child was not tied and escaped and went. Because what they told us, when the sun, the moon, is about to set, that's when they get the attack seriously. And when it catches them and there is no any elder person around, Right Honorable Speaker, they become so wild, they can beat and they can overpower you. So what happens is they can, even with these grudge-task houses, they have been burning houses. So the community and the parents of these affected, the family and the affected people have requested if the government can supply to every household affected, be it in Acholi, because now we are debating nationally, be it in Acholi and Lango, we distribute iron sheets, at least 20 pieces, to affected family, so that they are saved from getting the disaster of fire being lit by these affected children. And secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, if the report of the committee is talking about a monthly expenditure on feeding of 32 million, even me, who is an honorable member of parliament, I cannot afford 32 million for a family in the village, breakfast, lunch, supper, and fruits to enable them cope up with this disease. Right Honorable Speaker, what these people demand of the government, one, is to provide a supplementary grant to these people to enable, empower the families, do business, and not only that, if the grants that goes to disabled person can also, because some of these people, because of this impact of the attack, they have become disabled. They can also be included among the disabled persons, and they also receive these grants, that they are able to empower themselves and sustain, because for how long are we distributing food item? Right Honorable Speaker, what is paining me most is the inconsistency in the supply of drugs. I was a translator to the white people who constructed the Nodding Disease Center in Omoro district. I was there in 2011 before I joined the bank. Right Honorable Speaker, the center has been abandoned. A very good, fully fledged structure has been abandoned. But if the government can take off, even now the owner of the land is threatening to withdraw the whole structure and the land. But this is an opportunity for the government to take it up, and if it can be upgraded to Health Center 4, specifically to manage this disease. And lastly, from me, Right Honorable Speaker, can we find a long-lasting solution and have this disease investigated thoroughly? What is the cause? They say it's that flies, but even our great-grandparents were bitten by those flies, and they didn't get it. Where did it come from? What causes it? What is the means of transmission? We need to know that. Because from our visit, we found even 2-year-old child, 3-year-old child, 5-year-old child is affected. So the report cannot say that it's not now, the disease is no longer there. We only have the people who were affected. It's still there. We got 2 years, we got 3 years, we got 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Now, Honorable colleagues, our guide, number one, after the end of this debate and all that, I will request the government chief whip to link up with the chair, Achori parliamentary group, and you organize a multi-sector meeting with the Prime Minister on this issue for action. For action. Because you see, the voices I've heard from government, they are not, Minister of Health needs support. If you give them the support, okay? And then number two, we establish the issue. Are we having new cases? Because I've heard government officials here saying we no longer have new cases. But the MPs on the ground are saying no, there are new cases. Number three is the best solution. Because now, even when you say we support these families with money, alternative means of income and all that, but you're saying these families cannot leave these children at home to go and look after that business, to go and look after a plantation. They must be at home to look after these children. So would we say, for example, we revamp the shelters? These children are given specialized care under the shelters where they get a pool of food, they get pool of medicine, and government gives it serious attention. Or this is food for thought, okay? Which we would be able to discuss with the executive at that level, and because it's really painful. And it pains me for us to sit here, we debate, we're knowing, we spoke. Yeah, we spoke. We even resolved. And then when you look at what has been done, Honorable Komakech and team, they come back here crying. You feel pain. It's really painful. Honorable Lamaka, then Honorable Adiek.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Committee of Health for the report that was presented to this House on nodding syndrome. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to agree with the committee on their findings and the recommendations made. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to refer to a few issues that came out prominently in the report of the committee. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm to this House that the earlier statements that the ministry has been making that there are no more new cases of nodding syndrome is not correct. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to implore and suggest that among the recommendations that we should adopt today after this debate is for the Ministry of Health to get on the ground and assess the current situation of nodding syndrome in the sub-region, in these particular areas we are referring to. I was in Odek, Awere, just 2 days ago. There's a new case that was discovered in 2024, taken to the health workers, and this new case is 7 years old, a boy of 7 years old. In that particular area, that's the newest case, 2024. And Mr. Speaker, sir, what worries me more is the Ministry of Health, from the time nodding syndrome issue came to be heard about, they've been doing research upon research. But we've never got any concrete position as far as the research that government has been investing on is concerned, Mr. Speaker, sir. In 2015, not 2013, 2012, 2013, when I was working in Padea's RDC, I want to thank the President very much for his intervention on this matter. When the President had to go on ground himself in Angagura sub-county to attend to this matter after his attention was drawn to it, the president directed for interministerial committee to be constituted and be supervised by the prime minister. The Minister of Gender was in membership of this committee, health of course, then Minister of Agriculture and other ministries. But from that time, of course, recommendations were arrived at, the positions of aerial sprays were arrived at, river dosing took place, but 3 years after that, a lot changed totally. And I want to state clearly on the floor of this house that ministries have been implementing their interventions on nodding syndrome in a very haphazard manner, without proper coordination. Right, Honorable Speaker, when we talk about the issue of nodding syndrome and supply of drugs, most of these children have stayed for 5 months without medications. This auntie says that helps them normally. 5 months. I visited the children in September last year. I found they had stayed for 7 months without medication. So you can imagine the kind of situation we are in. So I want to really appeal that it is very crucial that Ministry of Health needs to get on the ground and assess the situation now and give the most current report to this Parliament on their intervention as far as case management is concerned, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to add my voice on the issue of reopening of the rehabilitation centers. The rehabilitation center that has been referred to in Omoro district, in Owaja village, Malaba, Mr. Speaker, has been closed since 2017 because of funding. It is true that the President made commitment and recommended that the Ministry of Health should take over these facilities and plan for it. In the last financial year, we raised this matter to the Ministry of Health. Nothing was done. Now in the planning process, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to agree with your proposal that we have a meeting with these ministries and the Prime Minister. Some of these issues gets into this forthcoming budget. For these centers to be reopened, but of course be reopened with establishment of health center 3s, so that they're able to take care of the needs of these children, the medical needs of these children, but also alongside the care aspect of giving care to these children, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you get to visit these facilities once open and children are being attended to properly at the care centers, you may not even believe that these are children who are sick. They tend to improve very quickly. Once they're attended to very well, they're given proper feeding, they're given medication in time, their condition improves so fast. And that time when they were being attended to properly, some of them were even able to go back to school. But now the situation has totally deteriorated, Honorable Speaker. So I really agree that with the proposal that these centers be reopened.
Thank you.
If I may finish.
No, Honorable, please. You know, you don't allocate yourself more time. You ask for it. You don't just switch on again, because once it has gone off, your time is up. Yeah. So conclude. Just conclude. I want us to be
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you for your kindness. Finally, on the issue of the mothers, the parents of these children who are not able to do any productive thing. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are rolling on PDM to bring people on the money economy. We are bringing so many programs, but this community is so much disadvantaged that they can never benefit from such in any better form. My humble appeal and recommendation would be that we need a deliberate move to have these categories of people to be attended to in terms of them being productive, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Agriculture has a role to play here. Earlier on, recommendations were made that Ministry of Agriculture should come in to support these families, grow some fast maturing crops to take care of the children around at home. But all this is not being done. Now the parents are requesting that if they could be supported by the Ministry of Agriculture with opening land and they are able to provide them quick maturing crops, that seeds that can help them take care of the needs of the children at home. It would also be able to help, Honorable Speaker, as we look for alternative means. So maybe this should be put into consideration, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable Judith Adiek.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. When I was working in Pader, I was the technical advisor for maternal and child health and HIV/AIDS and nutrition with AFSI Foundation, Right Honorable. We visited the households with the nodding syndrome cases, and we used to supply blankets and other household items to the families affected. Right Honorable Speaker, a child who is having nodding syndrome is really so stressing to the parents. And we have those parents still living up to now with those children. And what amount of stress, sincerely, do they have from that time up to this time that we are discussing the disease in this parliament? Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the government for really trying their best to support these people. But there are people who don't care. The people who swindle what is given to support these families. These people must be investigated, Right Honorable. We would now be at peace. We would now be feeling at home because the children and the parents would be supported by the amount of money we are hearing, the 1 billion, Right Honorable, that was given to support the families. Right Honorable Speaker, the nodding syndrome cases are also in Lango, as has been submitted by Honorable Santa Loom. Right Honorable Speaker, I was requesting that the number of these cases in Lango sub-region, most especially in Erute North and in Oyam districts, should also be ascertained to add on this number of the nodding syndrome cases in Acholi, so that if there is going to be any intervention, Right Honorable Speaker, they would go together. Because I heard, Right Honorable, you were talking of the chairperson of Acholi parliamentary group going together with the government chief whip to the Right Honorable Prime Minister. I would also interest myself, and I request you, Right Honorable, if Lango parliamentary group can also join in and we ascertain the number in Erute North, and also in Oyam districts, Right Honorable Speaker.
If the government chief whip leaves behind his people of Lango, he should be in trouble.
Yes.
So he will include.
Yes,
Sorry,
yes.
I forgot about that.
Yes, right Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Right Honorable, nodding syndrome disease is closely related to onchocerciasis, which is river blindness, caused by simulium flies. Right Honorable, I heard Honorable Saro Pendi talking about the treatment that was given that time, the ivermectin, that was given that time. Probably we could still do a small research if onchocerciasis or the simulium flies are still existing in that area, because we are hearing of new cases coming up, and where are they coming up from? Because there could still be some cases of onchocerciasis, there could be existence of those flies, so some research can still be established. It's not yet late, Right Honorable, so that we know if really the previous research that was done can match with what is being done right now. Then we compare notes and we see how to fight nodding syndrome in northern Uganda. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Before Honorable again, I have Honorable Pascal Menya online on Zoom. If Honorable Pascal Menya is not able to, Honorable Pascal Menya, if she's not able to join us for now, Honorable Pascal Menya?
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Hello?
We can hear you, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to have this on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak, I'm on my way from the constituency with the team on ground. And I want to appreciate Honorable Judith for the elaborate report that he has brought in the House. Right Honorable Speaker, what I want to add on to my colleague's submission is concerning the girl child. Right Honorable Speaker, the girl child are mostly affected in this nodding disease syndrome victims. Why do I say this, Right Honorable Speaker? They are sexually abused. They are given unwanted or unconditional pregnancy, and they produce, adding more burden to the parents who are already burdened by the children who are also in the victim. Right Honorable Speaker, the parents of these children are crying out every day.
Honorable Menya, if you can increase on your volume.
The parents, Right Honorable Speaker, the parents of these children are so much in pain that they cannot do any economic activity that can allow them to support their children because they are so vulnerable that they cannot move anywhere. Right Honorable Speaker, as me, the woman MP Pade District, I tried by myself to intervene by creating a supportive hand, giving them and making them be in groups. And this group is helping them, Right Honorable Speaker. The support that government is giving to these people are not reaching them because this support are extended to districts, and from district they expect this family or the parents of these victims to come up to the district or the sub-county area to pick the support given. They rather prefer if there is any way government could extend support direct to them in their household, because now they cannot leave their children at risk to come and get 10 kilos of beans, 10 kilos of posho. So the support should go direct into their household if there is any.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Pascal. Thank you.
I want to support the view of the rehabilitation center. It is very important that we have this created and they make it in place, because when these children are brought together, like Honorable colleague said, it will be easy to track and find where they are and give them direct support. And also when we are giving them this support, we are able also to find better way of bringing their mindsets and also helping their parents to come out of the stress and the trauma they are going through in communities. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to also inform the House that as we speak, we do not have a clear statistics of these children in the community, because every little day they are dying, and there are also new cases that we've confirmed it is still in community. My appeal to the ministry and to government is let's send teams on ground so that we can be able to ascertain how many has died, how many new cases have we received, and now what can we do best to have a permanent solution. These people are crying, and as we, the people or the leaders of Acholi sub-region, we cannot move with our people when they are crying and they believe we are not doing much to support them, because every time we go, they are not given any permanent solution, any support which is helping them live as any other normal Uganda.
Thank you.
My cry for the people of Acholi sub-region, Lao sub-region, this is a very unique disease which we even suspect, even community suspect it could be a post-war effect that we may not know. So we do not want to deep, but we rather want to find solutions so that these people...
Thank you, Honorable Pascal. Honorable colleagues, just and IT team, please, when a member is presenting on Zoom, their video should be there. Otherwise, one day stranger will come in and present in the name of one of us, and even make better presentations. Okay. Yes. Thank you. So, as a must, should always see the person on video. I had allowed Honorable again.
Thank
David.
you.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you.
picking MPs from Lango and Acholi to begin with.
Thank you so much, the Right Honourable
Chair
Speaker.
Children Forum.
The Right Honourable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues on these matters. And I want to thank the committee for the report presented on the floor of Parliament. And I also want to thank you so much for the guidance that you've given us to have a meeting with the Office of the Prime Minister for action. What we need now is action. We have been talking a lot
we need government to take immediate action to rescue and support the people of Acholi. We are going through a number of tough times. We are bleeding from one to another, from one level to another. And if the government delay to respond on these issues, there is going to be a number of deaths occurring. The Right Honorable Speaker, I met a woman who wanted to commit suicide. She wanted to kill all her children and at the same time kill herself, because it has become very difficult for her to take care of her children. She cannot afford to get food. Medication is very difficult. She's very traumatized. The client cannot help her. She's very stranded. It is a very difficult moment for the people of northern Uganda, including the members of parliament here. You normally see us walking. We are very traumatized. That is a fact. We are very traumatized. We are going through a series of a number of events, an ending event, which is very tough for us. Sometimes when we walk, we don't feel good what is going on in northern Uganda. So we need the support of the government. It is my humble appeal that at this time, the Ministry of Health should come out openly with commitment, take serious responsibility to take this case very seriously. And I also feel that the ministry should take another level. If they can take a sample and take it out of the country, and then we get a result, what is the cause of this? Because the committee was saying maybe it is caused by the black fly. They are not yet sure. We want to have the evidence. We want to be sure what is the cause of this. So it is our humble appeal, the Right Honorable Speaker. We need the support of the government in this case. And then we also need the government really to follow up. You know, there are mafia who have taken northern Uganda to be their investment place. Any money taken to northern Uganda is being squandered. It's being taken. It's being taken. God will judge you for this. I'm telling you the truth. God will never spare you. Money meant for the vulnerable people who are supposed to support them, have their livelihood, you squander them. You will pay for that. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, again, we are with you in all this. Yes, as a whole house, this is not an issue for Acholi, Lango, northern Uganda. It's for all of us. These are children of Uganda. And count on the support of this house strongly, a very strong support. Okay? Yes, Honorable Onekalit. Then Honorable Guzuli.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, previously I stood up on procedure matter that was ruled. Right Honorable Speaker, like my colleagues have stated, really we need action. Let the debate of today be that debate that will bring a lasting solution to the people suffering from nodding syndrome. Let this report of the Committee of Health really create a space that the government can provide enough and sustainable support to the people suffering from nodding syndrome. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the dilapidated health facilities that used to help the people suffer from nodding syndrome, Bush has covered it. They are totally out of use. If the government can really go ahead and renovate and bring these health centers into work so that the children affected by the nodding syndrome are taken back into these health facilities and kept very well in these health centers. Meanwhile, The households where these children comes from need equally to be supported by lasting food items facilities, some financial support. Iron seeds need to be given to them, construction materials, such that the housing is also given to the families affected by the nodding syndrome. Generally, Right Honorable Speaker, as the leadership of Acholi and now, I want to say that our discussion is gearing towards requesting the government to come with a lasting solution which are practical. Let the budget be enough. Let the money for nodding syndrome be put in the budget enough to help these people who are suffering a lot. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Guzuli, then Honorable Lucy Akero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have had several discussions on this particular problem, and from what I pick, you could tell that this problem is being neglected. I know this government has been very, very successful in fighting so many wars. And I believe if they looked at this problem as one of those wars, they would have fought it. But the question then is, why has this problem persisted? Mr. Speaker, it had to take the intervention of this House under the leadership of the then Speaker of Parliament, the late Honorable Jacob Lanya, for this House to look for resources to be able to respond to the problems the people of Acholi and Lango are going through. I thank you because you've been able to accord time for us to deliberate on this matter again. What is coming out clearly here is that the resources that have been availed to confront this problem are inadequate. For example, if we allocate 1 billion to maybe Ministry of Health or to the various sectors, how do we expect this money to do all the things we have been talking out here? Research, feeding, drugs. That money certainly is inadequate. So I therefore want to invite the House again that this is a multi-sectoral issue which requires resources, and these resources may not have to be spread everywhere. Again, what I'm clearly seeing here is how the research usage is coordinated. You find Prime Minister's office is doing something, health is doing something, local government is, and these resources are spread thin. So this House should be able to consolidate these resources and ensure very clear action plans that seek to confront this problem are addressed. Mr. Speaker, from the discussions here and the report of the committee, they are saying a study is being done, that Dr. Onjivua is doing studies on people who are dead. About 70 of them, I think, have been examined. But the report is nowhere. In some...
Just conclude, Honorable. Conclude.
Uganda is a party to the Convention on Biological Weapons. Some people actually in the village are saying this thing is a biological weapon being used. Why can't the government, under that framework, request these samples be taken and be examined by experts so that we get to the root cause of this problem? Why are we not exploring all those options if we do not have capacity? I know Uganda government is a party to that convention, which should have helped us identify the root cause of this problem, but that is not happening.
Thank you, Honorable Sakero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to
to speak about this issue. Right Honorable Speaker, one doctor called Dr. Suzanne Gazda proved that actually with adequate nutrition, treatment, physiotherapy, these children can actually live some sort of a normal life. And that is why she opened up this center in Omoro. Unfortunately, when she saw that there was no support coming through, she said there's no point, this is not sustainable. She left and went back to the US. I would proudly support that. Actually, personally, I was giving support because I saw it work. I remember when we visited this center as gender committee, we were very impressed with the progress of these children. And it was giving the parents time, ample time to even do their normal work. But now with the closure of all these centers, parents are now forced to stay at home and keep these children at home. Mr. Speaker, the problem has been that every time noise is made on this floor, then government will quickly look for some money and throw there. And once the noise goes down, then also that is how the money also, you know, disappears. So the problem has been not just the lack of the funding, but the inconsistency. With the management of this thing, we need as a parliament, we as a country, to be very consistent. Because these children, some of them are actually adults. Most of them are. They may look like children, but they're even adults. They need to eat. They need the medicine. But when it is inconsistent, that is how, you know, we get these lapses. So for me, my prayer is, we have talked about this, and we will continue to talk until maybe something is done. As a Christian, we say push, pray until something happens. Perhaps we will talk until something eventually happens, and we see that these people are regarded as Ugandans, as you rightfully put it, Right Honorable Speaker. These are Ugandans who need to be cared for. I remember when we visited as the gender committee, there's a way they just run to you and they want that affection. I don't know how many of us can even find time and just go and spend even 1 hour with these people. Now,
Conclude.
if it is difficult to spare that 1 hour, what about the parent or the caretaker who has lived all her life, actually I will say her life comfortably, because it is mostly women who are suffering as a result of this. Now what about them? Children being tied up because she has to look for money, some food in the garden. It is very painful, and I think really as a country, this should be the last time we are talking about inadequate funding towards the cause of nodding syndrome.
Thank you. Chair on Children Affairs Forum.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate you for the opportunity, and I also appreciate the committee for the statement, for the report. As chairperson Forum for Children, I'm deeply concerned, and more so that this disease targets the children. Children who are more vulnerable, who needs the attention of the parents, who needs good feeding, and at such a time as that they're the ones who are affected. I want to appreciate government for the interventions, but it's still challenging. They need to do more research. When you talk of the black fly, does it only bite the children? Why not the adults? So there must be another cause, because surely you can't say that it is the flies which now are causing the disease. They can't target only the children, that they will leave out the adults. So to me, I think that there must be another big reason. Research should be done to find out why children are targeted. And also leaving that aside, I'm concerned when you hear of, again, the affected children being defiled, raped, impregnated. I have a problem with the implementation of the laws of this country. Don't we have laws in this country?
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Mshemeza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have 3 points. One is on methodological issues. I've observed that some of our reports tend to marginalize methodology, yet this is a very important way of how to check whether the findings would be the same. On this particular report, there was a very good attempt on the methodology. One can follow, because there are issues being raised. Are there new cases, or is there an exaggeration? Except that the report mentions district reports, yet none of the report is being mentioned here. And I tried to check through the report. I couldn't find anyone mentioned. On statistics, we can use our systems. Every village in Uganda has 2 village health team, VHT. And I find them very accurate. We can use them to find these records very fast, because not every time we shall send a team from here, from Kampala, up to there. Yet we have systems which are in place. The second point comes in the conclusion of the report, that a lot still remains unanswered about nodding syndrome, like the exact cause and treatment, and the government should continue to find research. I want us to be specific, that in the next policy statement from the Ministry of Health, let there be a particular proposal on the money for research, so that we can establish the cause of this syndrome. And we be specific, and the money is provided.
Thank you. Honorable Muzari. I gave more time to the northern team for purposes of them sharing a lot of information.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have 2 issues. One is basically on the issue that colleagues have actually said it, that even the little funds that was being sent in the region was mishandled or abused. It's funny that we've not heard that there were at least police cases reported against abuse of such funds, taking into account of the pain that the parents are going through who are having these children. Right Honorable Speaker, on a similar note, if I take you to table 2, that's on page 9, you'll find that that is nodding syndrome in Chitugum district. The female is actually 261. And when you go to page 19, that is table 7, it will give you that out of the 261, 209 produced those with nodding syndrome. That shows that, I don't know, first of all, whether these people with this kind of nodding syndrome can also fall in love.
No, Honorable Martin, let us not question things around that line, okay? Yeah, these are people who are being raped. These are people who are, it's a very sensitive matter.
Right Honorable Speaker,
I would urge
Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is is whether these children are being raped, and the rate at which they are being raped, whether there are cases that have been reported, and either something has been done about this, Mr. Speaker. That's where my concern is. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ruhama.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this chance. I'm Benjamin Kamukama, MP Ruhama East. Right Honorable Speaker, I put myself in the shoes of that parent who once had 3 children who were healthy, and right now he has nothing completely. I once watched a documentary about the nodding disease, and I almost shed tears. Right Honorable Speaker, I have recommendations. One, we have the Ministry of Science and Technology in this country that was allocated billions of money to do research. Can we have some billions of money ring-fenced to really do this research? We are talking about the Ministry of Health, but we have money in the Ministry of Science and Technology. I've been looking at these projects going on. Over 70 projects of research are being carried out, but they are almost useless. Let's put money into this research. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I support the idea of the MPs from Northern Uganda to have rehabilitation centers, because they have proved that once children are put in these rehabilitation centers and they are fed well, they improve. So let's support this idea. We have the caregivers being paid by government so that we can have children of Northern Uganda grow into men and women in the future. Because the moment we keep looking at all the people and we don't care for children, that means Northern Uganda is nothing. We won't have population in Northern Uganda in the coming years. That's the Right Honorable Speaker. When HIV/AIDS attacked this country in the 80s, the government rushed and established the Uganda AIDS Commission. It was a tough disease. So right now, when we look at the situation of nodding disease in this country, can't we really start a commission or kind of put a nodding disease syndrome under this commission of Uganda AIDS Commission so that we can have this problem solved once and for all? Right, Honorable Speaker, those are my recommendations.
Honorable Sewungu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I went with the Honorable Beatrice Anywa, by then she was with our side, and we spent 4 days in all these areas. And Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that there are challenges we saw. It's very painful that they are still the ones resurfacing. And the biggest problem is that the Ministry of Health does not take our recommendations seriously. We saw these children, Mr. Speaker, and the issue of feeding is the key. In Uganda, we have a lot of fish, the mukene, I don't know how they call it in English. Silver fish, okay? The way you know it. That one alone is very keen feeding these children. And the members are talking about health centers or rehabilitation centers. We visited all these areas. And you put a rehabilitation center, but you fail to give it enough facilities as required. In Uganda, Mr. Speaker, as we talk now, we had the challenges of the 6 killer diseases. It is painful to see that this disease is still continuing, and sometimes Ministry of Health is denying. And in my prayer, I am praying seriously that these people from Ministry of Health, also their children get this disease.
Ruchiga, you can't wish that to a colleague, Honorable. Ruchiga? No, Honorable, you can't wish that to a colleague.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable, for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Right Honorable, for the opportunity. Sincerely speaking, if you hear everyone talking about nodding disease, it's a painful situation, Right Honorable Speaker. I have one recommendation. Right Honorable Speaker, it is really bad and it hurts at the same time. This is not the first time this issue is being raised on this floor of Parliament. We come, talk, and there is no action. Right Honorable Speaker, we've heard how mothers suffer feeding them. They cannot leave their children at home to dig, neither do anything. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the recommendation meeting the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Let them think of feeding them. Sincerely speaking, if we can offer food for disaster, people who are able to dig, people who are able to help themselves. What about families? These people are suffering, the children are suffering. Right Honorable Speaker, I had one member saying that they give only 10 kilos of rice and 10 kilos of posho in a year. Sincerely speaking, Right Honorable Speaker, Speaker. It is painful. Let us agree as members of parliament. They should be fed, because we all know that their parents are not able to feed them, Right Honorable Speaker. And it hurts that women, sometimes even their husbands, desert them and leave them. They are the only ones suffering in those homes, looking after them.
Manjia.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. Mr. Speaker, I was one of the 7 members of a select committee constituted by the then Deputy Speaker, the late Honorable Lanya, that visited a number of districts, including those rehabilitation centers. Mr. Speaker, the situation was extremely catastrophic because parents are literally in prison. Those parents that take care of the victims of nodding syndrome cannot move, cannot do anything. It is a prison. Mr. Speaker, much as proposals are being made to revamp the rehabilitation centers in Kitgum and in Omoro, the report has mentioned some good Samaritans, like the Archbishop John Baptist Odama. I know his center has been overwhelmed, but it has accorded lots of psychosocial support to the victims, including nutritional support. If government would consider giving more support, rejuvenating this center so that they are able to handle even many more cases. By the way, the center does not only handle victims of nodding syndrome, they also have the elderly, they have the persons with disabilities, those with the epilepsy and others. Mr. Speaker, you mentioned the construction or rather establishment of what is termed foster homes. Foster homes would be a solution if government would consider establishing those. A foster home is where guardianship and care is given to those children, not only whose parents have died, but also whose parents are alive but unable to take care of the children. In that way, these parents will be able to fend for themselves, and even those that are maybe registered under circles of parish development models will be able to work for their own livelihood. But as of now, they are in prisons, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And thank you all members who have contributed to this report. From the onset, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to note that I really feel so much pain when I listen to members who have really come across these children and have seen the suffering. I've come across them, but not in a rehabilitation center, just in a home. But I've seen the pain of a mother who has a child with Down syndrome. And I want to commit really that the Ministry of Health is doing all it takes under the circumstances with the limited resource envelope to make sure this ends. It is so sad for everybody. Maybe none of us has that child, but most of us are parents. And we know what it means to have a condition that is not treatable and is out of your control. However, I want to clarify a few things. As Ministry of Health, we know that this nodding disease is in 8 districts, and 2 of them are in Lango sub-region. Oyam and Lira, I think, are in Lango, isn't it? The Ministry of Health is already there. They are working with Omoro, Gulu, Kitgum, Lamour, Amuru, Oyam, Lira, and Padea. Now, this nodding disease, Ministry of Health has a number. There are 2,200 children who have been reported and under care and treatment. Out of these, some healed completely. Others got even married and have had children. We have others who sat senior 6 exams. Actually, their performance wasn't very well because I think because of mental retardance, so they didn't perform so well. But they grow into useful human beings, so they really need to get that treatment and also live productive lives. In one of the letters that the Ministry of Health wrote a letter to PSST requesting for funds. I think most of you people from northern Uganda are aware that the money that came through Ministry of Health was not really sufficient. It was little money. Nonetheless, Ministry of Health at least provided treatment for these children, which is their core mandate. But nodding disease requires a multi-sectoral approach. Ministry of Gender has got to come in, the Office of the Prime Minister, which deals with relief food, to just help these children find a proper diet. When we say the government hasn't done much, especially in research, I recall that Makerere University School of Public Health did this research on nodding disease last parliament. And also there is a professor called Richard Idro, Dr. Richard Idro. Actually his his PhD research was on nodding disease in Uganda, in northern Uganda, and it actually informed the decisions of doctors on what treatment to give these children. There is also a focal person in the Ministry of Health by the names of Dr. Mubangizi. His work is specifically to do research on nodding disease and also find rehabilitation for these children. We shall also write to the President who promised 2 rehabilitation centers. But I think as Ministry of Health, Gender actually advised that it's not nice to throw these children out of their homes to a rehabilitation center. It is a better way of dealing with them when they are in their own homes with their parents taking care of other needs of these children.
Honourable Margaret, would I propose that issues of that nature, since we've agreed that you're going to have a multi-sector meeting with the Prime Minister and the leaders of the area, because you know buy-in is very important. But no, please, Honourable Sewungu, you know buy-in is very, very critical. All these steps please, Honourable Sewungu, all these steps you're talking about, it's important for the community to buy in and the leaders to buy in. That's the first step to succeed. So if we could do this meeting as soon as possible, because Honourable Judith Achan told me the report is about to be ready. So I'm sure you could have this meeting next week and we urgently look into these issues.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the guidance. And I also want to call upon the members of Parliament from Acholi Sub-Region that if you've noticed a new case, kindly come and inform us. Because the Ministry of Health does not live in homes or in communities. Once we know, because as Ministry of Health right now, we know that the remaining numbers.
Honourable, you are concluding. I wish we could conclude.
Honourable Speaker, I just want to say lastly, I've already talked about Dr. Idro, who did his PhD research in nodding disease. And which
Honourable colleagues, let me guide you. When you stand up on point of procedure, and I haven't picked you, you change it order. You when still standing. That's senior registrators know. That's you first take your seat, then you stand up again. Another point. Honourable Minister, I think you had concluded, okay? Because
I really want to thank the MPs from Northern Uganda who are really concerned, and because they live with this problem. Others just want to act to the gallery. But the thing is, currently, we have children who had no disease and they are okay. So, Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Saro Pendi alluded to the fact that some patients actually have Down syndrome, others have epilepsy, and they are all being managed, but people think it's all nodding disease, which is not the case. But now, Right Honourable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to allay the members' fears and also commit that the Ministry of Health will still send a team, and I will be present with that team.
Thank you.
I don't switch off my phones. You can call me in the night and tell me anything you want to tell me, honorable members. I don't.
Thank you.
Because I want to know what is happening in the health sector all the time. And Honorable Speaker, I want also to commit that we shall have this multi-sectoral meeting with OPM, Ministry of Gender, and make sure whatever interventions we are doing in Northern Uganda are known to the members. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to give some clarification on some of a few issues that have been raised. The first was on the cases of Lango. I just wanted to state that Omoro district, the cases we found in Omoro district, there were cases that were coming from Oyam, because Omoro district borders Oyam district. And the rehabilitation center that is at Adek is actually at the border between Omoro and Oyam. Secondly, the cases from Lira were actually being reported also under the cases under Pader, because Pader borders Lira district. What we found was that most of the cases in Oyam and Lira were moving towards Omoro and also Pader, because that's where the services were available, and the services were not available in Lira.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Leo ikiwa ni tarehe 5 Machi mwaka 2024, unakaribishwa katika taarifa hii ya habari. Tunakutangazia kutoka mjini Kampala. Naitwa